Hello and welcome. It's day 3 of the Rocket Baguette Summer Grand Prix. The heat has just been turned up. I'm Jam. Starting the day off with me are my esteemed colleagues, Joessi and Craftman. First thing first though, belated happy birthday to Joessi. We didn't get a chance to wish you a happy birthday on Tuesday, but we really hope you had a great time.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I had an absolutely amazing time. Especially I was having dinner with some Rocket League friends of mine later on in the evening, and I got to sneak a preview of some of the games happening then, especially the Monkeys Giants game I got to watch while having dinner with my friends, and it was a close one. And just overall, I feel like looking back at it later on, I feel like all of the games were quite close actually.
We're experiencing that throughout the week. Craftman? Sorry, there isn't a cake or a gift for you, but you're just as welcome on the desk.
I thought everything's made of cake these days. Like, I thought this microphone was... I tried it before we went live, but nothing's cake here. We set that reality in hard. But yeah, day 3 of competition here on the Rocket Baguette Grand Prix. I cannot wait for it. We've got our new teams coming in. We've got, obviously, Vitality, BDS, and, of course, Team Liquid, of all people, making their Rocket League debut today. I cannot wait for it.
It's going to be a day filled with action, with high quality Rocket League, and by this point we're all generally just only starting. This is only day 3 out of 6 days. If you're here with us, quick look at exactly how we're going to go, how we went already throughout this week. We've completed the qualification stage. We had our lowest 6-seeded teams over there. We brought them down to 2. One of them we're going to see today. There's going to be top blokes. But now in the group stage, 6 top-seeded teams plus 2 qualifiers will be split into 2 groups of 4 teams. Double elimination rule, though, is still in force, so 2 chances even if you lose once. Each team needs only 1 win to proceed to the finals, though, so it's a little bit easier. But unfortunately, if you finish 3rd in your group, that gives you no extra lives in the playoffs as you're seated in a lower bracket. And of course, we'll be going through Group A today. So if you're looking for Group B matches with Dignitas and the rest, that's going to be happening tomorrow. And by the end of it all, during Saturday and Sunday, we're going to have double elimination playoffs. Top 4 teams will be guaranteed a part of the €40,000 prize pool. But for teams coming from the lower bracket, it's a bit harder. You need a bracket reset. That means you need to win 2 series in a row if you want to win the whole tournament. That's going to be a tough task. And of course, you're going to see some the prize pool distribution on your screen as well. €20,000 going to the top team. And with that, you can obviously expect a cutthroat attitude from all of the teams in this tournament. Before we get into today's plays, let's quickly just quickly talk about exactly what happened during the previous 2 days on Monday and Tuesday. We have seen 6 teams over those 2 days duke it out, and what we saw was a completely untimely exit of Vodafone Giants. An endpoint that really couldn't find their consistency, singularity that really impressed me, and I'm pretty sure everyone else. They're the other team that has qualified to the group stage. Monkeys and Solari will have to return to the drawing board, and Top Blokes. Honestly, for me, a little bit of a pleasant surprise, but by no means they're going to have it easy today, as they're going to be playing against Rana Vitality. Joessi, which one of the teams has impressed you the most during the qualification stage?
I mean, the one that really impressed me in terms of what I expected from them and how they ended up playing would definitely be Top Blokes, because I initially just didn't see them going through. I thought the addition of Archie was a nice one, especially as it allows the teams to play much more attacking that they did in the last few seasons. But I didn't really expect them to gel that well together already, and they absolutely did, especially in offense. So many passes that were just pitch perfect onto the third man that was incoming to take the shot. I absolutely loved watching them, and that was definitely my pleasant surprise.
Craftman, one for you, or perhaps a team that you expected more of, but it didn't live up to your expectations?
On that side of things, I would say that obviously the biggest shock for us coming through this was Vodafone Giants taking a massive dip out of the tournament in the way that they did. They just didn't put on the performance that really expected from them. And with RLCSX only a couple of weeks away, it's very tricky to pinpoint what what they need to change, because they've got so little time to change it, and against massive competition. Obviously, the last couple of days of competition, including the next few days, this is your RLCS competition. This is what the standard that you need to live up to. And with Giants, the performance they put on in days 1 and 2, it just wasn't enough for me, and I'm very concerned about them going to RLCSX.
We're going to be hoping that they're going to fix whatever issues they've been having. Unfortunately, a performance that I'm pretty sure nobody has been happy about. 2 losses, and the Giants were out. But best of luck to them in preparation for the season. For now, though, let's take our focus on the 4 teams that we'll be having today. Of course, it's going to be top blokes. They made it through the qualifying stage through the lower bracket. In many ways, you'd say that Archie was the main reason how they got to this point. Now, though, it's a trial by Renault Vitality. Even with Archie, who is an absolute top goal scorer, currently averaging a goal a game, that's an incredibly high result. It might still not be enough against the combined efforts of Fairy Peak and company. So, Craftman, how are you rating the team of top blokes as a whole?
As a whole, I think they're a very good team, obviously. We've seen them completely dominate against teams that we didn't really expect. Obviously, we saw more, or we expected to see more, rather, from Team Endpoint. And they had a couple of good games, but it was the Archie factor, as we said on Monday and Tuesday, that really pushed this team forward. But for me, I think coming into today, obviously, they've got Vitality up first here. They're going to have to perform better as a team. I want to see more from Flame and Cassio, because you're putting a lot of things onto Archie. You're making Archie do a lot of the heavy lifting. So you need to get those rotations going. Let Flame and Cassio play the game, because we know that they are 2 spectacular players. They need to show that and not let Archie do all the legwork.
For that, they really need to step it up, especially against their opposition. Speaking of which, Renault Vitality with Fairy Peak, K-Dop, and Alpha 54. Undeniably, one of the best rosters on the Rocket League scene right now. Their recent results also speak for themselves. They had a slump about in the winter of 2018. That was their worst result by a mile. But then they have been managed in the top 4 in the world for a really long time. They collected their first world champion title in 2019. And even with their history with Scrub Killa, which perhaps has ended a little bit more sour than the fans would have expected and hoped for, knowing exactly how much of a talent he was in coming into the team, I would say that the addition of Alpha 54 didn't really downgrade that team, and he has been putting fantastic performances in Spring Series, the Euro Cup, 10K. So, Joessi, is there really any weakness to Renault Vitality, or are we just placing them as a perfect team on a pedestal?
Well, the main issue that I have with them is that even though we don't, by no means they are a bad team, but I still think there's more in it. They are a team that I would expect to be of the same dominance as Old Dignitas, where they basically just win anything that they really try. And they've had quite a few of second placements. RLCS Season 8 in Europe, they got second. RLCS the Season 8, the finals, they ended up getting second. The Season 9, they got second in Europe. So it has been a lot of seconds there. And that is the thing that really itches me with this team, where I feel like they are a very strong team. We talk about them, how strong they are, but they quite consistently do not manage to win it. And they did do it with the Spring Series, which was absolutely clean, and I loved seeing it. But I'm still not fully convinced by them for this Grand Prix.
Well, those are harsh words, but completely understandable, knowing that you want to push your team for as much as possible. And all or enough Vitality fans in this chat and over to Rocket Baguette channel, I'm pretty sure will be cheering their team on. We're going to see their match in Top Blokes first on the stream, but let's talk about the 2 remaining teams. Team BDS, for me personally, the most intriguing roster. Honestly, I remember it wasn't that far away ago when they took a rival series by storm. Clanks was their 3rd by that point, not extra. And now, as the winners of the first European event this summer, the Euro Cup 10K, they have a target on their backs. They're currently the latest champions, and so somebody would like to take their title away from them. So, Craftman, is that a one-off performance, or BDS are the real deal and here to stay?
No, I think they are the real deal. Obviously, the run that they had through the rival series was unparalleled. And obviously everyone was expecting RCD to be the auto promoter, but it ended up being BDS because they beat them out simply one-on-one. Obviously, like you mentioned, that was Clayx on the roster. Now you bring in Extra, who kind of underperformed in RLCS, but I think throughout this offseason, throughout these community tournaments that we've seen, they've proved they are still quite a formidable team. And going forward, not just through this Grand Prix, but through RLCSX as well, this is a big team that everyone's got to look out for, because I think a lot of people are still underrating BDS, but not in my opinion. I think this is a top team to stay, and they could really be giant killers in the worlds of, you know, your Vitalities, your Dignitas's, and even your Liquids these days.
All right, there's a prediction from myself and Craftman then. BDS is definitely here to stay. But we were talking about Renault Vitality, talking about how they can do more. And Joessi, let's talk about the kryptonite of Renault Vitality. And in a way, that is both Dignitas, who has kept them away from that first spot a couple of times, and also Team Liquid. This is the roster that managed to upset Renault Vitality twice, not just once, twice during the Euro Cup 10K. And this is promising. Again, this might have been a fluke, just one tournament, but then again, 2 series could be different. There's also a lot to say about the Team Liquid's acquisition of this roster. If you haven't seen the video that the Team Liquid have posted themselves, I do recommend watching that. Their founder, Victor Housens, has shown exactly what they're expecting from a team, what their plans are going forward. And honestly, it seemed like they want to go as far as they possibly can go. Are you seeing a good future for Cooksir, Speed, and Fruity on Team Liquid, or under the Team Liquid banner?
Yeah, for sure. But I'm not quite sure how quickly it is going to come, that results, because you mentioned the Euro Cup 10K, and I was going to mention it as well, because basically I feel like Team BDS and Team Liquid are in the exact same boat. Both of them, some good recent results in that Euro Cup 10K, but it's the question, how much does it matter? Is it the exact same as the competitive settings that we have here in the Summer Grand Prix, or is it just slightly a level below that? And I think they still have something to prove. I do love how transparent Team Liquid was with the acquisition of this roster. Just completely, it was like a 5-minute video explaining why they picked up this specific roster. And I love that the organizations coming into Rocket League right now are putting such care into picking up the teams. And I do think there is still quite a lot to be seen from this roster. I think the addition of Fruity onto Team Liquid, who is more of a adaptable player than I would say Scrub Killer was, really allows them to push themselves to the next level. And I think that's going to come through Speed as well, who's a very intelligent player, but doesn't always choose to show that.
Well, we're going to find out an answer to all these questions later on in the day, as we're going to be showcasing Team Liquid, Team BDS, and of course our first game, Top Blokes versus Renault Vitality. And gentlemen, it is time for us to make those predictions. Renault Vitality versus Top Blokes. On paper, it's a whitewash. And knowing that the French side hasn't lost a single game to this roster, at least the Veloce previously, is there a hope for them, or are we all just saying Vitality?
I'll go first in this one. I think I'm going to agree with you, Jam. I think it's going to be a whitewash. I think Top Blokes might take a game off them, but for me, Vitality, the veteran roster coming into this one, they're fresh. They've not had to play through the qualification stage, so for me, it's Vitality and a 3-1 here.
How about you, Joessi?
I'm gonna go the exact same way. I think it's gonna be either 3-1 or even 3-2. I do think Top Blokes, Archie, and Kraft has talked about earlier about how he's doing all the legwork. I think that could be a big surprise. It is someone that Renault Vitality hasn't played against that much, so maybe that's a bit of a surprise. They don't know how to adapt to it immediately, but they're so experienced, they'll be able to pull through for sure.
I'm quickly taking a peek at the chat vote, and 85% of folks, not to be a surprise, are voting for Renault Vitality. I'm gonna go for them as well. I have Renault Vitality as the winner of this series, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be up the top or thereabouts in the finals as well. But to tell us exactly how that's going to happen, and maybe the other story of Top Blokes surprisingly taking it all, we do have Digital Bacon and the TheEternalJay standing on the sidelines. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jam. Thank you very much to Crafters and Joessi as well for bringing us into the show today. A bit of a nice one to start things off as well, Bacon. A little taster, I think, to what we'll have for the rest of the day here. But they're very much on the Vitality side in terms of the desk's particular predictions. Again, not too surprising given their current state in World Rocket League. But I want to ask you, do you see any upset potential coming in?
Definitely. I mean, when we were talking about this as a group, you know, as casters before, and we say Vitality will slip up somewhere. They will drop one series. Do they get out the way now or later on down the line? And maybe it could be that case of they just don't have any prep against this new top bloke side, you know, with Archie coming on board. Do they have anything against that? So it's a little bit of an upset. Who knows as we hop onto the pitch, DFH Stadium, to start us off, Jay.
And best of 5 rules, as is case for the group stage. It's Reno Vitality in orange, top blokes in blue, and already you can see Alpha looking to take control. Okay, you thought for a minute that would have been a fantastic dribble play just to kick things off on the right foot, but not to be for Vitality. Back up in the defensive half as top blokes try to generate their own striking opportunities. They get forced back to that blue half though as Flame contests midfield. Cassio's rotated back. That ball off the ceiling could have been dangerous, but it is turned away by the defensive. Very fast game coming out off the back of the kickoff in this one, Bacon. So both squads not messing around, it seems.
Yeah, if you thought that top blokes might have had a little bit of advantage from playing on both Monday and Tuesday, you'd be wrong. As Reno Vitality come out looking very dominant, but I'm liking these follow-up attacks from both Cassio and Flame there. Have to see what Alpha would do as he takes this to the corner very nicely. The follow-ups come through from K-Dog. It's wicked fast, but Therapy not in the greatest position. It's an interesting start as both teams are really just going all out in these early stages, Jay.
Guns are blazing for the first minute, but neither side able to score an opening goal. It's very predatorily pushed up into the top blokes half at the moment. Passed down into the box is going to get turned away by Cassio. Flame going to try chasing downfield, but he's out of boost there. Flame going to go for some of the midfield hundreds and unable to make that work for him. The pass from Archie, from Cassio to Archie, I should say, not going to connect to a clear either. So Vitality can continue to apply the pressure here. A couple of returns to the orange half, but K-Dop's not going to let that go very far. Neither is Alpha as the challenges from the midfield are successful for top blokes. The pinch is in, combining again for the clear aways. Flame going to try and return, but other than these quick clears, no real big offensive touches coming out. Alpha, meanwhile, trying to look for the double taps. Almost forced an own goal, but not to be.
Yeah, it's interesting there how Vitality slowed the game down by taking aerial routes and waiting for a moment to catch top blokes off guard. And you saw Alpha so close to getting that one on target with the drop down, but unfortunately not to be there. To go back to the drawing board. Loving that this is still 0-0 at the halfway mark.
That ball sent back downfield though is dangerous. Archie's got to take that to the left, and Reno Vitality getting closer to the net than top blokes are. This pass from Flame to Cassio is going to come in a little bit too far back in the case of Cassio. Alpha over to K-Dot looking for a strike down. He gets it past the defensive. Textbook passing play, an opening on the board for Vitality.
Beautiful stuff here. Brilliant pass from Alpha, keeping the follow-up, really pulls into question the top blokes defenses. They have got 2 lads going for that ball. K-Dot will be the one to finally get that touch and executes wonderfully. What a redirect by the lad. Just past the halfway mark. Vitality getting the opening goal, but top blokes seem like they can throw a good response downfield, especially hits like that, a little bit faster, and of course Alpha wouldn't have been able to get the touch onto it. The top blokes just need to find that one little slip up in the Vitality defense.
I think not quite from Archie. Very big, able to adjust against that ball. Caleb off the backboard, going to leave it for the midfield player to go for the strike, but you can see how top blokes are getting dangerously close to the orange backline. Cassio there with a receiver, puts that away from K-Dop's position. Midfield challenge continuing from Vitality and top blokes. Alpha going to generate a chance here for a double tap. He's way too far in position, but a slight touch from K-Dot will put it close again. Very big, setting up Alpha for the knockdown chance. He's unable to beat out Cassio. Demo in from Flame will take out Very Big's chance as well. Passing into his teammates, K-Dot's going to intercept and Cassio will receive and clear, but the pressure coming in from Vitality continues to keep top blokes back in their own box and never breaking out of the blue half.
Yeah, and it's obvious just by the amount of boost. You can see it on either side. Top blokes really under pressure. Vitality quite comfortable to hold that midfield line. Archie just got a massive boost pick up there to be able to keep driving. And if he can now stay downfield, this would be wonderful. But that follow-up hit from Alpha down to K-Dom is just going to put the nail in the coffin. 1 minute left, 2-0 up. Vitality are not turning up to play today, Jay. They're turning up to win.
Link-ups between these two perfectly placed in the last 2 goals, and a big 2-0 as you mentioned. Possibly a winning 2-0 as well with 60 seconds to the clock. Recoverable, but difficult here from Top Blokes. And Cassio's got to pull something out of the hat here with his dribble play, using his flip, missing his touch. And Alpha to take control. Archie pass back into Flame. Flame's going to try and contest off the backboard here. He's got no boost though, and Top Blokes, maybe one of the issues that they've had when it comes to getting the offensive in the orange half has been a lack of boost. Defensive now struggling as Vitality continue to pressure. K-Dop out, challenge again by Theory. People put it off to the backboard. Demo in from Cassio. Opens up a bit of a line in, a chance to generate here to the corner, but none of it's going to come out. K-Dop just gets one good touch in, and Alpha goes for the musty flick, but can't quite land on the shot itself. It's Cassio over to Alpha again. Gonna have off the backboard one more time, but no shots connecting from Runner Vitality. The pressure is there, and that will be enough for them. 10 seconds left, and Top Blokes are 2 goals down. Unless they can return this goal right here when they get a free kickoff, they're going to be out of game 1 here in our best of 5.
Yeah, double demo definitely just stopping that in its tracks. Very peak, and K-Dop keeping the ball up. You see it there, down to earth, get this done and dusted. Game 1 over. Let's look towards game number 2 as Vitality turn up, Jay, and I'm gonna say look near perfect there. 2-0 might not be for many people the perfect game, you know, because you'd be thinking, oh, that should be a 5-0, that should be like a Brazil, a 7-1, but Vitality don't play that way. They were just pressuring Top Blokes through and through to the point that Top Blokes, earlier on, when I said there's that perfect boost pickup by Cassio where he should have been able to sweep, no, everyone had gone downfield. And so Top Blokes just got easily scored on because they had no one in the back lines, and Vitality sort of pulled them into a false sense of hope. It's just such an interesting game right now because Vitality are just dictating everything.
Absolutely they were, and you could just see it from the stats right there. Their possession, their dominance was all right on par there for the Vitality side, and the link-ups again between K-Dop and Alpha, they were just absolutely perfect. Like, you know, we oftentimes praised Alpha as a striker back when he was on FC Barcelona and Savage before that, but here he's really adapted to a more supportive element, and it's worked wonders for NO Vitality. They don't need to change their styles, they don't need to change their fundamentals. Right now they've got some very capable players, and you could see how capable they were right there in that first game. You know, again, a couple chances being coming to fruition here for the Top Blokes, but they weren't able to capitalize, they weren't able to go past that hurdle, and it will be a tough slog to get back into the series from here for that blue side of the court. It's Vitality kicking things off over to the corner. Already Alpha setting up K-Dop for a decent shot. It's just disrupted by Archie, so won't be allowed early on. Very big challenges Cassio, challenges Flame as well. Cassio gives a bump in, Alpha back over to the box, just defended by the last blue player of Top Blokes here. K-Dop still trying to generate an opportunity for Alpha. The recovery chance being denied here by the defensive of the Top Blokes. Kaplan 30 seconds into this one, they have been pressured.
And Archie has done brilliant to link up with Flame downfield. That should buy some time for Cassio in the back lines to be able to get in place, and they can hopefully now, with a bit of boost, work out a counter-attack. Archie with such a powerful hit, but that is not enough to beat away the last man. Top Blokes try, they look good, but it just is not good enough. Vitality looking massive today, Jay.
Very quick to adjust to that pass out on the defense. Officially ready to the shot to the target. Alpha going to keep that one high, but that might fall into the hands of Cassio. Infield pass to Archie, trying to beat his man, but I think the challenge was just good enough there for Fairy Peak to throw it off kilter. And now K-Dop follow suit on a quick counter-attack. Flame going to have to rotate back as his teammates set up. Decent touch in, is way too slow though, and there's no second player to strike back and put it in the back of the net. Cassio moving up now, no boost for him, so best he can do is the backboard. Archie passing back towards Flame, but Flame inaccurate back to Archie though. Controls in, sets up Cassio, and it goes off the crossbar. Top Blokes struggled and struggled, but they finally get it past the line.
Cassio, brilliant pickup on Archie here. He had to follow through. If he did not get the touch, it would have bounced on out. And just have to say here, you can see the difference between Top Blokes and Vitality. Top Blokes have to just persevere, continuously push the envelope. Vitality might hold that midfield line. So you've got to bring it in close. But what a response from Alpha!
Yeah, he was playing supportive in that last game, but already he's had enough of shot bloke shenanigans. Double tap, as textbook as it gets, no defensive. That was beautifully played. And again, that's the even standing for Vitality, not letting top blokes get so far away with this one. A couple of good shots coming off the kickoff though. Cassio, Archie setting up, point blank, but no position here from the top bloke side. Very Peak looking to push this out of position, and Archie's going to continue the pressure off the backboard to the crossbar. Flame coming in, big miss from his defensive line. Archie comes up with a decent shot, but just barely defended again by Alpha here. Vitality, now they're the ones being pressured and they're the ones struggling in the defense.
Yeah, but they've got the reactions to pull it off there. You saw it in the last second, Very Peak being able to turn around and get onto it, and again, off of that ball, being able to send it off wide. And that's everything with Vitality. They use their whip, sending it down to the corners for a second man to follow onto. Great blocks coming out here as well. And you can see the smother effect follow on through. Alpha's going to be able to pick this up. He's directly going to the backboard, past the defenders, drops it on down, and no one from top blokes can get a touch on it.
You can just see the difference when it comes to the handling of the ball and the positioning of the Vitality players compared to top blokes. And that second touch just to get back on target and gain the lead here for Renault Vitality. Alpha with both of the goals so far for his team. Just past half-time as well, top blokes back on the back foot, and now they're struggling to get touches in. Alpha, okay. Every time he gets up close, I just worry that something bad is going to happen for top blokes. Setup coming out from Very Peak. Oh, absolutely he is.
Just absolutely crazy to see, and that's like, you know, no discredit to K-Dop and Very Peak. They're playing so well themselves. But you'll notice this with Vitality, and with most teams in Rocket, there's always that one star player, the MVP of each match, and so far today, it's definitely been Alpha.
Oh, Flame trying to set something up for Cassio. Archie's going to rotate back to the defensive because here comes K-Dop looking to find his chance on the net. Alpha off the backboard, leaving it for Very Peak now for his own dunk down chance, denied by Archie. Follow suit from K-Dop, and Archie's in a perfect position with enough boost to get back out to the corner. Follow suit from Alpha goes into the corner play of his own right, challenges successfully, but Flame's touch is just enough to throw it off of the angle, going way too far wide. Very Peak to recover off the corner play. Archie going to get challenged by K-Dop again. Pushing it to the midfield, Cassio now with a dribble downfield. Beats out one. Second player should be easy to the defensive here. Vitality from this corner. Alpha's got his 100 boost. He's got another dribble play, potentially a bump coming through against Flame, but Flame out position, and it Cassio and Flame on the defensive line. Again, out to the midfield, pass out. Archie going to come forward into open space, but that ball goes way too far into orange territory, so no shot from top blokes. Archie will still try and recover one. Pushed off to the right-hand side here.
These interceptions coming through from top blokes are going to be massive because they need to try and force themselves in deep whilst keeping a man back in defense just for a bit of safety. So they're bringing it really close on in, trying to go for these 50-50s. You can see this little change-up has got them down to the goal line, but they just cannot get it over yet.
Time's ticking, only one goal to recover this time. You can see the interception from Caleb going to take away the setup and return to a fantastic shot with a big commitment from the top blokes. That will leave no one in defensive and a 2-goal lead for Vitality.
Yeah, this was just a little bit of oversight. Cassio pushing a little bit far. And he needed to stay back, and that hurts, Jay, because it's just a little slip up. When you're playing up against Vitality, you've got to be playing at your best. You've got to crank all those knobs up to 11, and it is draining. It runs down your batteries, runs down your boost tank there. And you can definitely see that over on the top bloke's end. Vitality just always have that one up over them.
And just brilliant performance all on the board here for Renault Vitality. Game 2 going their way, and while it looked like it was going to be a close contest there from the outset, like when they turned on the switch, they did not stop there. Alpha again, deservedly the MVP of this one. Because again, he's popped off today, as you mentioned, just from a supportive role and a striking role. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, and we'll notice here as well, a big change up within the stats. Top blokes really did turn it up here in game number 2, just straight up from ball possession to field domination to even boost consumption, where boost consumption was massive back in game 1, where Vitality was stopping them from picking up anything. Here, top blokes have got control of the macro game by taking back a lot of the control of the field. But when it just comes down to the nuance of Rocket League, control over the ball and what you're doing with it, making those touches so effective, Vitality still have that and have it in spades, Jay. And straight away, you can look at the difference in number of ball touches. Alpha there with 53 was taking so many of these tiny little hits to be able to get such great control of it and really put the ball in the back of the net as a final touch.
Absolutely. I mean, like, you know, we can sing his praises all day, to be honest, but like Vitality right now, they're playing on a completely different level to where top blokes are at. And this was my main fear coming out of the qualifying stage, is the fact that, yes, they looked impressive against the likes of Singularity and Endpoint, but they unfortunately, you know, those guys aren't quite on the same sort of level as Renault Vitality. You know, this three-man core are world champions, so it's always going to be a tough graft for this team. And top blokes may be feeling that hurt here on our first series of the day. Game 3. They're going to need to find 5th gear if they want a chance at taking a reverse sweep. It's already Vitality having Fairy Peak pushed up alongside K-Dot to try and get the first shot in. Flame's going to hold the defensive as Alpha comes forward to support it. Pass out of field. Fairy Peak will just get back to K-Dot, and they're going to play keep-aways from top blokes in the early game. It leads to a lot of pressure to this blue half. Again, Alpha off the backboard. Can't connect his second tap. That's fine for the top blokes defense.
No, and Archie here taking it in close to himself. I love that little throw towards the net at the end. But notice that gives so much time for his teammates to try and pick up some boost, and now they're going to work as a line, as a double act to get downfield. I'm a little bit worried about Flame there not being able to predict the ball correctly to help his teammate, but Archie does hold off once again. This is an interesting new development. Cassio really cheated upfield when normally he stays so far back here, Jay. Unexpected, clearly, not only for me, but Vitality as well.
First for the top blokes. But they look a little bit scrappy. I feel like some of the touches weren't accounting for every position from the top bloke's side, so could be seeing some more awkward times from this offensive line. We've got Archie up here towards this corner play off the backboard for Cassio for a dunk down chance, a bit too high. Third man nowhere to be seen. Flame will come forward, try pass out towards Archie. A boomer of a shot, but it's too high and too wide again. Top blokes, they can work these all they want to, but have got a lead at this moment. Vitality have to be the ones that pressure them in that blue half, so a slight little bit of a consolation prize in that respect. They don't have to be 100% accurate. Either way, from this midfield, they will move forward. Alpha challenging against Flame, will put it out towards K-Dot now. So he takes it downfield. Great ball control, beats Archie, backboard into open space. But Cassio takes that open space, makes his way back downfield once again.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one as well. Top blokes seem to have a read on the ley lines of Vitality. Their predictions are well on point, but Vitality can change that. They've still got 3 minutes, so they can probably change up to a plan B or plan C strat right now. You can definitely see these quick follow-up attacks, but notice the breakaway's not quick enough from top blokes. That needs to be punished. All 3 members were basically at the net, and top blokes weren't able to get the ball away quick enough.
They were almost there, but the pacing is not quite on point. Down to the midfield so far is when Renault Vitality took control, and now they've had ball possession since that point. A couple of back and forths here between the defensive lines of both sides. Flame with a back pass using the underside of his car. Archie moving in against Alpha, takes that challenge. Right on target, Flame's got to back him up and set it back up for Archie again. Cassio coming forward here with ball control, trying to beat everybody, sets that up for a teammate, too far out position. Flame can try and recover this to try and allow the third man to go for the strike, but it's pushed back in the midfield again, and Alpha with a chase downfield here against Cassio. Cassio gets that out, and now Fairy Peak and K-Dot in control in the defensive, keep it away from the offensive line of top blokes, and now return back. It's all left to Cassio. Pass out, baits him in, but Flame is there to support. Fortunately enough, the rotation's a bit better from top blokes, and they can continue to try strike here in the orange half.
Yeah, good direction from Fairy Peak as well there. Not send it back to the corner, but mixing things up, run it down towards the middle. Good stuff from top blokes to read it, but again, not being able to play it within their realm of control. Archie going for a pinch there as well was quite interesting, because he's just throwing and handing the ball over the Vitality. So you can see at those moments that top blokes are trying to then gain ground control, try and, you know, take control over that boost, and just hand over the ball for a moment, say, you know, you focus on that, we'll take control of this. And it's a good idea. You can see it's getting working, but they do just need to find a way to get it into the back and their accuracy is the only thing right now that's hurting top blokes.
No open net, Flame into Archie, sets it up, and the position is perfect there. A big commitment from Vitality. They weren't accounting for what Flame was going to do. You can see it all pushed so far as the midfield line. Once that ball was set up from Flame, it was all over. 2-0. And now a definitive lead gained by the top blokes. Minute and 10 to the clock, and Vitality, they look to concede this one unless they find a really, really big turnaround. Archie and Cassio will try to deny that. They're placing this ball into awkward positions, which does throw off Vitality for a little bit, but it throws off top blokes more. Try out for Fairy Peak, pass at the K-Dop, good play in off the ceiling, off the backboard. Archie there to receive it, 100 boost over the backline though. Alpha looking for his double tap in towards Fairy Peak, next out, a light touch that allows Archie to clear. And again, they've gone heavily aggressive on this one. The ball is thrown off of angle, therefore they can rotate back into the midfield, return to the blue half. Good defense from Cassio as that clear could have gone pretty dangerous. Alpha with a follow-up touch here in the offensive half, and they're going to continue to pressure outside of the box. Flame and Archie on a breakaway. Archie going to rotate back because again, K-Dop and Alpha look to try and take control. Cassio gets it past him here, and the gaps in the defense are opening up for Vitality. So while it might not come to effect here in Game 3 anymore, it's an opportunity and a position that top blokes could exploit going into Game 4.
It's an interesting one because Vitality have gone really over-aggressive here in game number 3, and it's costing them. They're a team that needs to work out defense. Oh, good read by Flame, straight to him, and he just seemed to know ahead of time. He's got a crystal ball or something to pick up on that, but yeah, Vitality is strange. They're a team that needs to work out from the defense and then use brilliant build-ups. But today they just seem to want to get it downfield, like throw it downfield and then chase up and see what happens from there. It's just an odd scenario from them, and I don't expect that going into game number 4.
Yeah, it certainly was. It definitely looked like a similar kind of game. You know, I mean, even from the stats line, it's pretty balanced in terms of the way that things looked before. You know, they even had more possession. They just about had a little bit less field dominance. You know, the boost consumption was a little bit better from the top blokes, which does indicate to me that maybe they're starting to pick up some of those pads a little bit more, the smaller ones, and of course getting control of the bigger ones. Like I saw some challenges where they were able to reach the midfield pads a bit more efficiently than Renault Vitality. So in that respect, they could be getting a little bit more control. The offensive still looks a little bit touch and go for me. Again, I'm not quite 100% sold that they have the correct synergy that top blokes need at the moment.
It's a weird one. So they're using a lot more width. Again, like I said, they're getting a lot of their goals from being less predictable with half rotations coming on in. So it's sort of thrown Vitality a little bit off, but then also a lot of their strength in that game comes from Vitality changing up, maybe using this game as a tester. They're 2-0 up, so like, okay, we'll use a great little practice game, try out this new strat that they've got, which is basically full send into attack. Didn't work, so coming to game 4, they go right back to the old strats and be able to turn it back on its head. Flame's got a good little advantage there, but really needed a second man to follow up. And naturally, of course, Alpha was able to read that easily.
Cassio and Fairy Peak challenging off the start of the kickoff. Flame to the backboard, and Caleb's got that no worry. It's Fairy with the issues here. Lack of boost, but still controlling, getting so much as a shot in on that one. Good touches. Cassio's the man to take it away here. Alpha holding midfield. Archie gets that demo out. It will be returned by Caleb off to the blue side corner. Flame out, Fairy Peak up again to challenge this man and try to keep the aggression going for the orange half. A couple of returns still coming through out from the top blokes. They have found themselves on their own for the moment here, and it feels like a bit more of a stalemate locked out in the early minute.
Yeah, and it's all down to top blokes trying to come on in for a lot of 50-50s. Vitality looking to want to play with a lot more space, so the 50-50s aren't necessarily hurting them. They're just really not thinking about it. Oh, crossbar just saving Vitality there.
Skin of their teeth stuff. Look at Alpha though, not quite against Cassio. That could have had a lot of potential in that play, but the last second defensive from a top bloke, able to control it and almost return the post this time, being the saviour of the orange half of the field. Flame to Cassio, back into Flame. Oh, a passing play is denied by Fairy Peak this time, and top blokes really spooling up in the offensive half. They will get driven back to the box here, but the returns coming through to the midfield, followed up by the challenges. Look at Archie, he's got Flame to anchor him, gets it off the backboard. K-Dog takes that away. Third man of Cassio will not commit, he'll just hold that ahead of midfield line and try and keep ball possession for top blokes.
And you can see Vitality are respecting top blokes right now. They know the power that they can put behind the ball, to the point where 3 players from Vitality are in net, ready to cover all angles, and then looking to explode from that start of a counter. It's an odd strat. Whoa! Wow. Oh! Good read, Cassio.
Just holding the defense. Cade up there with the recovery play. It went off the crossbar. He was so ready for that as well. Alpha still looking for his chances. Archie on the defense. And Cassio still being the brick wall in the back line. Not allowing anything to go even past the line here for the blue half defensive. And now he's going to try and play aggressor as he gets out to the midfield. Fairy Peak going to challenge it. It goes back over to that corner, and K-Dog will look to hold a defense. Flame back into the pass, out to open space. Now from top blokes is there. They're back on the defense. They're reading where Renault Vitality are going to clear and trying to find boomers of their own right. Alpha challenged Archie Cassio to return to the orange corner. 2 minutes, K-Dog with a miss, but it is slow enough for Fairy Peak to adjust against it. Flame coming in off the backboard again. Alpha's there to hold it here.
Yeah, and you notice Alpha's been doing so many of these aerial dribbles where he's wanting to keep the ball close in for himself so that if someone does come to contest, it's a 50-50. But it also drives the ball downfield, so again, that his teammates can then get in position. Alpha here is wanting Fairy Peak and K-Dot to hold up that midfield line. He's wanting to play from that mid, whereas K-Dot and Fairy Peak are very odd at the moment. Their communication seems to be a little bit all over the place, and they're not quite sure, they're not on the same page, being able to pull off effective team plays right now.
K-Dot with the dribble plays here, and
what is that from Fairy Peak and Alpha?
Laboured under the, it seems like, as you mentioned, no team plays, more solo plays from each squad. No goals scored as a result of it. We're a little over a minute to go as well. Vitality. Well, certainly feeling the hurt the top blokes are putting up on this one. I feel like they've been at the advantage when it comes to the striking and defensive forces. 60 seconds to the clock. Alpha, a little bit of boost, challenged again by the defense. Archie now off that corner, looking for a way back in. We'll go out to orange space. It's Fairy Peak contesting against Flame, out to the open position as well. And there's just nobody really in any sort of angle to take these sort of challenges or passes. K-Dot will get it past one, and again, it's Archie in the defensive line. Awkward back pass though. This could be exploitable by Fairy Peak. Setting it up for Alpha, puts it back in for K-Dot, but K-Dot's out position. And now Cassio goes back downfield again. Vitality doing a better job at returning to the blue half though. Over to the corner now, Cassio looking for his own control. Fairy Peak back on Archie, looking to boom it downfield, and indeed he will be able to do so. Follows suit with a touch that takes it above the defensive line. Alpha beating out Flame. Cassio in the midfield, able to challenge successfully. Back into Flame now for a chance to try down. Backboard play taken away by the last defender. Archie up to the air. K-Dot takes it away to the blue half. Bumps out, not going to work to try and throw off the defensive rotation. Flame just has it under his wing, off the backboard, on the floor. We're in overtime.
The problem there with Vitality, even though they look like they were the strongest side, being able to get on a lot of attack, they're only sending one man after the other. Top blokes are good enough defensively to be able to hold it off. And it meant that, yes, Vitality are able to keep up a lot of pressure, but they're not doing anything with it. They're getting nowhere close to being able to get a goal. Top blokes, I could see them just keeping this up and then getting one big breakaway goal when there is one little slip up, and that OT is all going to be down to one mistake here.
Archie going to contest in the midfield, move up with no boost, setting up for Flame here for the strike. A good challenge from K-Dot takes that away, and they've really picked up the offensive here in the overtime. 36 seconds, and it's been all top blokes. Fairy Peak trying to change that. Flame takes it away. The 100 boost is stolen by Fairy Peak, putting that ball back out to the right-hand side of the field. K-Dot with a dribble play, beats out one. Cassio puts it back on. Archie to take control now, here with his own solo efforts. It is denied by Fairy Peak at the backboard. And now Alpha to take control on the offensive line, beating out two. K-Dot on, off the crossbar. just denied by Casio, again being the defensive god for top blokes. The shots continue to return for Reno Vitality though, and they can't quite seem to go past that final hurdle. The return ball back, again, big commitment. Backline missed, oh, but Casio misses the double tap.
Well, because Casio's not going to expect K-Dot to miss on that, so of course it's a late reaction. Unfortunately, couldn't get it on target. Vitality almost seemingly frazzled. Top blokes are right on in their minds, and this up and down play from them is so peculiar, so uncharacteristic of Vitality.
This is the chance duck down here for Casio, but Alpha still in the back line. A absolute set of screamers coming in from both sides as they return to the blue half. K-Dot set up, Archie not in position. Casio got to defend this. He somehow evades the double tap, and Fairy Peak misses as well. Alpha back on, finally finishes the job, finally finishes the series for Reno Vitality.
Yeah, unfortunate miss there from Flame. He thought the opposition in Fairy Peak was going to get the touch and he needed to get the block. Naturally, you go in for that, expecting your opponent to hit the ball, and where it's just left to linger, he was able to be put away in the end by Alpha. Top blokes, feel bad for them, but Jay, of course, it is a double elimination bracket here in the group stages, so that's not the last we've seen of them. Vitality, a weird scenario. After coming out of the gates, absolutely kicking and screaming, looking brilliant and dominating. I think they got into their own heads.
Look at the save count for Casio. 6 saves. Absolutely ridiculous for the lad. Like, he just popped off in that defensive. And again, he was probably the reason why they were able to hold off against most of those goals in the first place. Like, top blokes probably took a contention that we weren't expecting to see from them here. Like, especially after that first game where it was like, okay, Reno Vitality are going to play around with these guys for a little bit. The adjustments were really there. And you mentioned that double elimination bracket. Top blokes, they've established themselves with a really good chance here.
They really have, and like we said, 3 teams from each group goes through. Only 1 team gets knocked out, so it's a case of win 1 game and you're safe into the playoffs. I'm looking at the opposite end of this bracket, Jay, and going towards BDS and Liquid and saying, if you're not on your A game today, top blokes could steal a spot away from you, because naturally BDS and Liquid are coming in as higher seeds to this tournament, and we'll see in the next series on stream how they're playing today, but top blokes are looking ready to go through to the playoffs.
They may well go through to the playoffs, so yeah, we'll have to find out a little bit later on today whether or not they can make it happen. For now, Vitality moving on to our winners matchup, and it's back over to Jam and the boys over on the desk. Actually, it's going to be us on the desk here in a moment's time after we go to this very short break, so don't go anywhere. You get to see more of our ugly faces after this.
Right now, Vitality have just sent top blokes to the lower bracket, but by no means that was an easy task. Jam here with Jay and Bacon to break this game down. And gentlemen, I do feel like that game 4 with the overtime on top of that was the best game we have seen so far this tournament.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Moving on.
That's all
Great
we got.
analysis.
right, okay, listen, right. That was when we really saw the top blokes pick up the pace, right? They had like an amazing offensive line that Vitality were kind of struggling to deal with. It reminds me a lot of the old, I can't remember what the team name was, but it was a team in one of the previous seasons of RLCS who managed, I think it might have been Singularity, who managed an awkward sort of play style playing against what Vitality were doing back in the day. And it felt like it was a lot like that. The main issue for top blokes that really cost it for me is the fact that the synergy just wasn't quite there to capitalize on all the opportunities they were generating.
You're not wrong, Jay. I'm thinking back to when, you're right, Singularity did take down Vitality last season. It was all very heavy 50-50 meta, and we did actually see that come out quite large in the last game. It didn't quite work, unfortunately. Like we said before in the series, game 3 is a bit of a throwaway. Vitality were just full sending it, no braining into attack. Just completely forgot how to defend. Error 4 of 4s all around. But in that very last game where they brought it in super close, yeah, it was all down to that 50-50 meta, and the way that top blokes took the ball downfield, especially you saw it straight there on Archie, was a lot of twirlies up in the air. But that's all, keep it close, slow it down for that passage of play whilst you're trying to drag the ball downfield. It allows time for your teammates to grab boost and then hold on to that midfield line and then be a little bit adaptable. They're also playing with a lot of whip, which we didn't see back in games 1 and 2. So there's a lot of interesting development to top blokes, and I think them having Vitality earlier on in this tournament probably helps them quite a lot, because they found out their strongest strats right now.
Yeah, well, they got their strongest opponents in the group out of the way for sure, and now they're going to be preparing for their potential opposition. That's, of course, going to be one of the teams in the pair of Team BDS and Team Liquid. But Bacon, you mentioned the clicking together, the chemistry between the players, and really, it seemed like between Alpha and KDOP, this was magical, the way what they have been creating throughout this series. Top blokes tried to do something similar. There's definitely had been some working out between their players. I've seen Casio work out for his teammates as well, but it just wasn't working out in the same way. I do feel like the initial discussion that we have on the desk with Craftman and Joessi that Flaming Casio needed to step up, I feel like they did step up. It's just that against Renault Vitality, just a little bit doesn't really count. You need a whole lot, and it wasn't enough in this case. Beat a couple more games, I wouldn't be surprised if top blokes would have stolen another one off Renault Vitality. But for now, let's move on to the next game of today, and that's going to be Team BDS versus Team Liquid. And both teams have just recently made roster changes. Of course, Extra coming in on Team BDS in place of Nuclex. On Team Liquid, Fruity has sort-of-ish replaced Scrub, sort-of-ish replaced Arju. Bacon, maybe I'll come to you with this one. How are you feeling about that Fruity Arju change? Arju has really shown himself, at least at the very start, as a good pick for then Mouse, now Liquid. Are you liking Fruity now more? Do you like Arju? What's your look at it?
So Fruity, I think for speed, definitely. He needs to have fun during Rocket League. I mean, you take a look at his Twitter, and you can see when it's not good at Day at the office, he's a little bit upset, should we say, and that's why initially he worked so well with a lot. Great fun players to play with, and Fruit definitely is that. So the team chemistry is good. With RG, there wasn't a problem necessarily, because the pressure wasn't there. When RG joined, it was sort of already a case of the previous Liquid sided already made it on through, so no pressure there. RG was just able to play, so the team was happy. But when it came to the off season, you could definitely see with a lot of these tournaments coming on that maybe things weren't exactly perfect. The move over the Fruity, who also has a ton of experience behind him, you could see RG definitely had a few little nerves. So Fruity coming on in should not be a problem here. And so far, Liquid for me are a bit of a pseudo third seed coming into this tournament already. I'm there thinking this is a team that could take it. If not Vitality, it's going to be Liquid, and that is massive considering this is their second tournament together.
Yeah, I mean, like, just off the basis of who they are, you can already pretty decently sort of rate them. I think the old sort of camp was pretty impressive back when we saw them during Euro Cup. You know, probably the best we've seen that core perform so far. My main issue with Liquid, you know, and prior to that, you know, Mouse Sports, is that they always constantly went up and down and up and down. It always felt like they made a roster change. It was the most amazing thing in the world, spiked up, looked amazing, and then they fell off. Well, I don't think that's going to necessarily be the case for this particular for this particular tournament and this particular series. The thing you've got to remember is that, you know, they do have their weaknesses, and BDS could be one of them. They've already beaten them a couple different times in Euro Cup to go back to the bracket. They beat them in the upper bracket and grand finals. So like BDS already have a number of decent opportunities against them.
That's a perfectly good point. And with this on the line, this might as well just be enough. But Team BDS, what a run for them. We already discussed that a little bit on the desk in the starter segment, knowing how from where they came and how quickly they rose. Even against experience of Cookser, Speed, Fruity, this might be a big change, and this might be a big task. And honestly, if Team BDS can really show up, I'm going to be one happy cookie, since this is still the team for me to look at. And this is one of the reasons why I'm going to pick them as my team to win this all. I do have a feeling that Team BDS might take this game. Maybe not the whole tournament, but specifically this matchup. Something tells me that they might show us something good. Do you share the same belief, Jay? Are you with Team Liquid or are you with Team BDS?
So there is a common sort of trend whenever you see teams take each other on several different times, is that especially when the skill gap is as close as it is in this level of Rocket League, like you tend to see adjustments come through that do manage to edge them out the second or third time around. So we've already seen 2 back-to-back losses from then Mouse Sports, now Liquid, and I think that they're going to be able to go home and do something much better with that information. You know, they certainly would have obviously looked at that, you know, knowing the mentality of the players, knowing how they approach the game. Like you can see that they've got some good results in. They had a really good run, an amazing run that they haven't had in a very long time, and you know, considering their losses, they'll be focused in on like, right, what can we do to beat this team? What can we do to beat Team BDS? And I think that with 2 matches, 2 losses against them, you know, with one of which going all the way to Game 7, they will have the information they need to turn this around, I feel like. So for me, I'm actually going to go with a Liquid pick on this particular match.
All right, well, Bacon, are you going to go with Jay or against Jay? Team Jam over here.
I'm going to go Team J, Team Liquid, because when you look at those performances, super close there between BDS and Mouse Sports. Yes, we took the caveats of both teams, you know, playing with that new player on side, BDS with extra, Mouse back then, now Liquid playing with Fruity, and I just feel like the growth that Liquid has is so much stronger. We know that it has been a month since that last matchup in the grand finals of the Euro Cup 10K. So looking at this right now, I'm there like, I expect Liquid to have really improved in that time off over the last month. And to come through here, I think it's going to be a close series though. Like we're probably going to be looking at the Game 5 purely because these 2 teams will be wanting to hammer it home and get that security straight away, especially with how top blokes are looking.
We are familiar with the roster. We might not be familiar with the name, but this is the first time the Team Liquid takes its place on the field in Rocket League versus Team BDS. It's over to our casters for what must be an entertaining matchup.
The competitive debut in Rocket League for Team Liquid. I'm super excited right now. I'm still on my own. I wonder if there's an impartial caster that we can find somewhere around here.
Just hold on 1 second. Speed, pass the ball to Cooks. Fruity, same to you. What's that, Cooks? 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. Apparently 3-0 Team Liquid. And that's according to the Team Liquid fan club. It might be a slightly biased cast, but I've supported this team right through the beginning. And Joessi, do you agree with that sentiment?
No, I think I'll be a bit of a rebel today, actually, Danny. I like Team Liquid. I love the guys. And of course, I love you, but Team BDS has been looking so strong lately. Of course, winning that Euro Cup 10K. So I think they'll give the boys a fight for sure. And I just hope for Team Liquid, their debut won't be a loss here.
Well, we hope for that one. Of course, the DS favourite Liquid Jam went otherwise on that one. No hard feelings towards him, but we could sit there and keep on talking about the teams. The viewers want the game. and Joessi, I think we should potentially get on to it. But there was one major point they were talking about. Fruity. He comes into the team in the replace of Arju. Is that the right move for Team Liquid?
I think for sure. I think they looked alright with Arju, but I do feel like he is still a sub. I don't think he's quite at the same level as a player like Fruity is, because he has that competitive advantage. He has the experience of playing at the absolute biggest stage and for these huge prize pools. Whereas Arju, yes, he got a couple of games in for the RLCS, but it is not the same. It is a completely different environment, and the pressure that you feel as a player is just completely different in these type of tournaments.
Yeah, it's all fair points being made there on that one, but there is a revenge match here, Joessi, effectively. The last time these two teams went together, Liquid, well, wasn't around there. It was under the Mouse Sports banner. The series ended 4-2. The winner took $4,000 US, and that favored BDS. It went 6 games in total on that one. So Team Liquid, they have a score to settle here in BDS. They want to knock them down. They want revenge. And as you can see behind me here, the team wants to prove that.
I mean, and they should. They have a very good chance. They've been looking so strong, like a desk said as well. They keep on improving as well. It doesn't feel like a team that has reached their ceiling yet. It feels like it's 3 players that are still somewhat getting to know each other, but already have that sort of natural chemistry where they know where their teammates are, but also what they're thinking, what the decisions are going to be that they end up making. And I'd like to especially highlight Cooks in this. And I know it's been a player that has been in the scene probably the longest out of everyone, but he keeps being able to adapt to both his teammates, but also a switch of playstyle in the meta of Rocket League. He's just always so relevant in the competitive scene.
Well, relevant as well, but again, the staple we keep talking about bringing into as well as Fruity, but we'll slightly ignore Fruity for the time being. He was on the likes of Auction Red. He has the RLCS caliber. It's speed that was the question mark that was brought by Digital Break, and when he is happy, he plays his utmost best. Is he in a good mood? Is the mindset there? Well, Joessi, that's a good question to be asking. Is Speed ready?
I think he will be. I think he will be. And we were talking about how his mood basically affects the way he plays. And I would say Fruity is one of the biggest jokesters out there. I think playing alongside Fruity is an absolute blast. Even when it's not going too well, I think he'll be laughing in voice chat. And I think that's exactly what Speed needs. He needs that someone that can keep this light atmosphere so that the team can really thrive under pressure.
Well, thriving for the time being, but we are just going to report that it's a small technical issue here. One of the players is having difficulties joining the lobby, so we do apologize on the slight delay. We'll hopefully get that fixed quite short. Our admins at the background, John aka always, and Spleen is getting that one sorted out as well. But when we talk about even the statistical values, when these two teams in this lineup form, only the Euro Cup really they have played, you talked about the factor as well. Cox only around about 52, well 0.52 average on 29 games played. So the man who they always say is usually defensive, but quite decent actually on the scoring record too.
For sure, but I think we overlook at how good BDS is as well in general. I feel like the Euro Cup or the Euro Cup 10K is the main tournament to go off of because it has been the most recent one, and in that tournament BDS not only beat Mousesports, they beat them twice, more or less in a row, getting the 4-3 in the winners final and then the 4-2 in the grand finals. I feel like it's a team that has really worked for what they wanted. Obviously with ClayX instead of Extra in the RLRS, but they've only looked stronger since switching off to Extra. I think Extra just basically in the same way that Liquid is very experienced, I think Extra just really adding towards Monkey Moon, especially who can then kind of not think about what he's doing as much as how quick he's doing it, because boy, that guy can play quick.
I really hope you didn't bring up the 2 losses, but thank you very much. Well, for the sake of the story as well, we have all the players near enough ready to go. Server is being tested to the utmost quality. You think Reno Vitality versus Top Bloke was the match to be? Well, I already said it was match of the day behind the scenes. I fully agree with that, but Joessi, looks by the things here, the players are wanting to get things started here. Shall we get the game going?
Yeah, I think they're more or less ready, and so are we. I mean, we've been looking forward to this one for weeks at this point, haven't we, Danny? When we knew this match was happening with Liquid, we more or less specifically requested this one because it is such a good matchup. It is such a close. It's the rematch of that Eurocup 10K Grand Final, and it's just two teams that are on an absolute roll. And this one is going to decide whether that roll continues on or whether they have to start all over again.
Well, fair enough. We are just moments away from Team Liquid's debut to, of course, the Rocket League esports scene itself. Team BDS already has the leg advantage, but here at the Grand Prix, doesn't matter. It is the group stage 3 going through, as Jam has been pointing out at the desk at this point here. So that small delay has been sorted out, so we're just getting the players back in and ready to go. Joessi, there is one small factor that we have not covered as well, is the Axter factor. Is he going to be the main difference seeing he's been just brought in?
I think he will be. I think he will be that backbone of the team. I don't necessarily think we're going to be seeing too much crazy stuff from him. I just think that he's going to be the reason that they end up winning this one, Danny, because I am afraid for the Team Liquid boys. Me personally, I think BDS will have it in this one, Danny.
Just remind me not to talk to you after this if that is the case, but bias aside, Team Liquid in the blue, BDS in the orange. It has been hyped up fairly well, as it is rightly so. Liquid's starting point here in the esports, and it's Axter just flinging that one down. Speed to cover across. One play into the middle. He is alone, no support. Fruity comes into it. There was some doubts on how he will fit into the team. That Eurocup is only the flavour, the starter. Monkey Moon drops down to Axter. One shot, one play. Team Liquid already trails 1-0.
And this is why I backed him, Danny. That is such a smart drop down from Monkey Moon. Do not take the shot, just drop it down to Axter, who's waiting in the middle. I love it when players just know where their teammates are and do not throw away possession, because it is so important. And BDS getting the 1-0 here.
Baguette, quick shot, and frankly, the worst start Team Liquid could experience. 2 goals down with near enough 30 seconds here. Team Liquid has forgotten the basics here, the kickoff.
Yeah, really tough one. Just being lost to the corner. You expect that the third man, he already went to that side. He should be beating out, or at least getting a 50 there with the upcoming man from PDS. They couldn't get the touch, and it's absolutely shambles right now for Team Liquid. Also conceding a third, another one from a kickoff.
Well, this looks like a qualification match in disguise here. Team Liquid do not look warmed up, do not look practiced. They look lethargic at best. Well, there may have been fears that I would be bad for them. In fact, I've got lots of support and respect for these 3 players as individuals and team, and yet they cannot get past their halfway line. They've just conceded, and keep on conceding.
With 3 goals, that is a whole lot in competitive Rocket League, Danny. There's not that many comebacks. We got to see a beautiful one in the APL about a week ago, a 5-1 comeback there, but 3 is a lot, even though there's still 4 minutes, and then that miss. Fruity should be scoring that. He misses that as well, and a prime opportunity there for Team Liquid just squandered as well.
Actually moving down, no touch there. Cook's beaten, and it's marked by 8. You can even put some more damage on it. Speed, and of course, Cookster, known for their slow starts in the series. This is quite literally taking the biscuit into it. As Speed moves across, beaten, and Axter pops in. Cooks, clearance downfield. Anybody looking around, they don't have the legs of a lot to cherry pick, but an infield pass caught out 90 seconds, still trails 3-0.
Idea was right there from Team Liquid. Very well done. Great vision on the side of BDS to realize that infield pass is coming, and as soon as it does come, they cut it out, and that one does work out. Speed, I'm not quite sure how he got it past that last defender, but Cooksey is able to tap it in.
Just moves in quite nicely. The pass bang goes, and Team Liquid, after a horrendous start, probably the worst we've seen in competitive in 2020, bounce back with 1. They'll need in fact a few more if they want to take this team in orange. BDS He's putting it to a decent standard, as it will be Speed to start things off. The procedure in goal number 5 as Axer launches down. Speed brings it across. Fruity, one touch would be ideal. Into the middle it goes. Marked by him. Back into the corner, no touch here, and Cox is waiting patiently.
And I love how I would normally expect Speed to be the one that's all the way back, but right now it seems more of a, or actually I would expect Fruity to be there, but it is Speed who's been quite far back there, allowing Fruity to really have that offensive pressure. I really like that idea. I think Fruity is someone that can get some really weird touches on ball, just completely outpace an opponent when you do not quite expect him to. Now, it hasn't worked out that well yet, but it could completely take BDS by surprise.
Cox, no shot. Fruity with the demo alone in the final third. He has Speed to his opposite side. Cox not back in time, and suddenly BDS has a little chance to move, and that's a pinch ricochets off the crossbar there of Liquid, struggling to deal with the pressure. Speed launches, hoping for a teammate. Fruity running rampant in the final third of his own, trying to clean up any dangerous lurking players there, and Cook's shot dealt by the keeper and moved across.
Good save there. I like the pointing out of Fruity. I think it's so smart. She's just been looking for those demos. You're playing against a team that relies on team plays, that relies on each other to pass to. You see exactly there. And if you take out one person out of the rotation, the rest of them are just out of position, and you can then capitalize on those mistakes.
Mistake not being punished. Axter launches downfield, 2 by Liquid, waiting patiently. Speed was up, so is Coxter. Was challenged though by a dangerous French player there. Rocket Baguette would be absolutely screaming, cheering for him. Monkey Moon, the player in question, in the corner, beating it goes. And marked by 8, no pass into the middle. Decides to go for target. Why not? Waste a few precious seconds. The Liquid really is vaporizing into gas. There is no solid defense at all. 60 seconds remain. 2 goals they trail by.
Yeah, I don't think a comeback is here, Danny. I think this great start from Team BDS will just be enough to secure that game 1 win. We said it with 30 seconds into the game, but I think the same case will be just a bit more than 4 minutes in, because Team Liquid hasn't really been able to create that many chances. I don't think Team BDS has looked too good either, but those kickoffs just have been absolutely heartbreaking for Team Liquid.
Cox over to Speed. One more play. What a back pass, Fruity. Wasn't ready. He was playing defensive when the attack was still going. Cox, one pass into the middle. It's poor by his standards. Fruity still can work with it. Bit of damage. But sadly, the control of this game was BDS from the opening 30 seconds. Those 3 goals cost Team Liquid the opening game. Their debut start on the shaky floor here at this point, Joessi.
Yeah, I agree. However, I do think there's still some positives to be taken from this game by Team Liquid. Yes, the start was atrocious to say the least, but it was only 30 seconds. I mean, if you do not take those 30 seconds into account, they just won this game, Danny. So it isn't all negative. I think overall they did get themselves back into the game, and I think that's very important moving forward. I do think that the demolitions on Fruity were a very important point there. I think they really opened up space. But the other thing is, this game was very much on the ground, and I'm not quite sure who that favors.
Well, if it favors any of them, it would be BDS, surely. Liquid, we would expect them to come out strong. They had to. BDS has beaten them multiple times as it is. At this point here, if BDS gets the second game here, Liquid have a very difficult match against top blokes and Joessi. We've seen how they played against Reno Vitality. It wasn't an easy sort of series at all, but hopefully a slow start by Liquids.
Yeah, I hope for them as well. I do think they have so much to show for. I think they are such a strong team, and they can be, but they need to show up more. I think Team BDS right now just looking stronger in most assets of the game, but especially that first passing play that got them the first goal in that game was absolutely beautiful. I love that mark. Didn't take the shot, just dropped it down to his teammate, who then ended up scoring that one. So overall, strong showing by Team BDS. Team Liquid really needed to show up big here in Game 2.
Well, potentially Fruity and Coxer, where they can respond in a kickoff.
Yes.
Oh, Cox, what a play, what a start. BDS got BDS.
You don't need to be quick, Danny. You don't need to be quick if you're being smart about it, and that's exactly what Cooks here did. Just waited until that last defender jumped to put it behind him. Easy first goal here for Team Liquid, and finally they get the start that they were looking for.
It's a decent opening. Pressure is now against the mark by 8. One shot. It's actually a pass. Team Liquid here, Joessi, is just folding like paper at the moment.
Third kickoff goal here, Danny. Mark again not taking a shot, just a banger to extra. He then hits even harder into the back of the net. Great placement there as well. But I'm loving that team play from Team BDS right now. They keep on getting these passes going when there's a defender back. It is completely taking Team Liquid off guard.
Speed's moving down. Scar's going to have to be a little bit more stronger. Cox's double will not be occurring at all. And Speed drops back. Fruity just lobbing one downfield. Possession not necessarily what he's trying to achieve there. Monkey Moon, one shot, double commit, and that shot on target punctures Liquid, and again they trail by 1.
Looked like they shook off that bad start, but it's just only gotten worse here in game 2. They got the first goal, but then conceded twice in a row here. Team BDS super strong, just putting up that pressure with the first shot. It's barely saved, and that's an easy slot into the back of the goal, and it's a 2-1 now for Team BDS. Make that 2-2 actually, Daddy.
Oh, I'll happily take it after that start. Moving across there, one shot, bit greedy, and Cox blocks it and moves it in, tucks in nicely here. So we've seen effectively one game play. The opening minute has been kickoff goal, near enough a fiesta at this point, Joessi. It hasn't been a thriller of passing flicks or anything of the midfield dominance that we normally get to see.
But I do like it from Team Liquid though, because especially that goal, yes, it wasn't anything amazing or beautiful, but the fact that they suddenly pressured the ball much quicker than they did before. There was a challenge on the wall, and then Fruity just read it very quickly as well. I do think that's the way to go for Team Liquid. They need to stop giving Team BDS so much space, because Team BDS are being so smart about it, and talking about being smart, that is not what we see on Team Liquid right now.
Well, it is brains versus beauty there on that one. Fruity, no touch there. Coxer alone at the backline. Speed will just have the back post rotation covered if anything did slip through. It does. A 1-2 connection. BDS was snapping. They were caught. 3-2 Liquid leads.
So we're talking about the defense for Team Liquid not being the absolute best, but Team BDS is right up there with them. Just both sides not defending as well as they should all the way back after that demo, but even then you would expect someone else to be all the way back, being able to save that one. Instead it's just a free goal back for Team Liquid, and a really much of a ping pong game going on in terms of goals at least.
Speed, one shot there.
Oh,
Fruity, he is a unit, and he just absolutely blocked the defense from getting out. It's almost like Daddy Fruity telling the kids it's bedtime.
It's so smart by Fruity as well. He takes someone out of Virtuoso's playbook. Maybe he's been playing as Virtuoso's daddy. I'm not quite sure. That was definitely one out of that playbook, in both the demo and then pressuring the second bump as well. Super smart defenders out of position. It's a 4-2 by Team Liquid. They haven't looked very strong, but it's been convincing in terms of goal in this second game. And Fruity just keeps it going with the demos.
Fruity over to Speed. Mark by 8 is the last one. He just transferred vertically across as best as possible. Cooks has one, and that was extra. Monkey Moon just sitting back in deep. This will be a defensive game between the two. They're not willing to let an angle slipped on through. Fruity sees a chance. One defender just hammer this one home. No chance in by this time, but Speed keeping the pressure in by the corner.
And I think this is the first time in the entirety of the series so far that we've really seen one team have pressure. It's coming from Team Liquid now, and then whenever you think BDS is getting out of that defense, Fruity comes in with yet another demo, just taking out that defense, making sure that they can keep up the pressure. Loving the way that Team Liquid's really switched this one around. Maybe Fruity can find the pass there too. That's just kind of giving away possession to Mark by 8.
Speed's bound, doesn't unfortunately hit the backboard, and Cox will just clean up defensive, a pivot rotation by him. And Cook's wrong position there was going reverse. Won't beat action in that case is Fruity into the middle. No Team Liquid, no support until now. Cook's blocked. And marked by 8, he has a chance. Double touch by him. Speed just being absolutely squashed into the corner. Tries to drop down quicker to get to the ball speed. This time it works out for the team B. And BDS will have sustained pressure here. Phases of play. And Liquid was almost letting that one slip in by again.
But I really like the way that Team Liquid's basically forced to Speed to be a smarter player here, because Speed is the one that you would expect to just be chasing the ball, going after it time and time again, and you get goals that way. But with him being further back, it allows Fruity to just play upfield, run those disruptive plays, and then you have Cuxie and Speed just keeping up that pressure, making sure that the ball doesn't really leave the BDS half, and it's working wonders here for Team Liquid in this game too.
Speed moving into defensive rotation. There had to. Cooks moving too. A battle has developed here, and so far Liquid is just being suffocated. They're just bouncing the pressure anywhere it goes. Speed had a pocket, a chance. Cooks anywhere into the middle. Fruity, is he there? Of course he was, but the defense holds out. 20 seconds for 2 goals. It's an ask for BDS. They seem likely to get it, but it is a ask if they can get this one downfield. Unfortunately, the biased Team Liquid supporter I am, 1 each would be the series surely at this point.
It should be 14 Liquid. Ooh, extra, almost trading that one. It was making a big difference in the scoreline, because if that had gone in, I would have been scared after all the kickers coming through from Team Liquid so far. Free gets that read, and you do get your wish, Danny. We do have a series all tied up.
Well, it's tied up, but my prediction at the start, 3-0, got completely destroyed in game 1. But we'll forgive that, a win will do. But Joessi, in your opinion there, we've seen 2 polar opposite of games there. Game 1 was a demo, well, lacking of frustration. BDS threw a couple in game 2, but it's the kickoffs that really changed it. You were right to point that out in the 60 seconds, but Liquid, strong bounce back.
Very strong, and I think it is due to, like I already said, that how the way that Fruity's playing, it is allowing so much creativity coming out from this team. They don't need to be running any real special plays, because there's always just a defender less whenever they try and attack, and it's working so well. Cuxie and Speed get these reads so quickly, and it's so easy for them to keep up pressure. But on the other side, even though Team BDS has scored a lot of kickoff goals, I really like their team plays. I really like the fact that whenever they get a chance to shoot a goal, they quite often opt not to, and instead just drop it to the side, get this infield pass to one of the incoming players, who can then take the shot basically anywhere in the goals that they want. And it's really allowing them for a couple of goals. But the kickoffs, I think that those are going to be the deciding factors in this series, Danny.
Well, that's we did see at the stats page there, the boost being very much even in terms of the team composition. However, BDS being a lot more hungry, being dictated on that aspect there, Joessi. Yet we've seen them trying to use it, trying to maybe present themselves chances, yet they didn't do it. But maybe we should ask Fruity up there maybe what he thinks of the game.
Yeah, we can ask him. I doubt he's going to talk much. They're probably talking about how they want to keep this one going. And I think they should just keep going exactly what they're doing. I mean, it worked this game. It's mainly the kickoffs that need to be slightly cleaner. And then overall, Team Liquid has had a very strong 2 games. They would have probably won the first, was it not for their atrocious, I would say, kickoffs. But on the other side, BDS, they have to switch up some things there.
Well, potentially switching, there has been a server destruction, so we are just making sure the testing, everything's happy. The players are, well, content that the equipment that they're using is happy, so they're just testing that out at the moment. We want to keep you up to date what is happening. But if you were in Team Liquid's camp there, how would you respond in terms of being 1-1 in the series? Yes, that horrendous start, as you did say, but what do they do next to continue further to take it 2-1?
I think for Team Liquid, it's just going to be about playing the exact same way that they did the last game, and then cleaning up the kickoffs. The kickoff, the communication is so important. I'm sure that they've had plenty of talks with their coach about how to approach them, but then there's so many small things that can go running in kickoffs. If the ball just sort of hangs in the middle. It's always a question of, does the one cheating up take it, or just the one that went all the way back and grabbed boost take it? And you need to be super decisive with your communication in this one. And what I've heard is that Cooks here has gone from being really shy and almost not able to communicate at all back in the Flipside days to actually someone that's very good at shot calling and very quick at making those type of decisions. So I'd like to see a bit of an improvement, at least in this series, from him.
Well, potentially a prominent former coach in question, Lethamere, where that source was taken from. Be interesting if they do go on to have a new coach in the future. But with RLC's Axe also coming, these teams will play against each other in the future. There will be much more of that sort of rivalry going around there. Bacon said the singularity was one as well. RV has plenty in the scene as well. But Speed and Coxer has played 91 games before going into the series here in recent times. Here has a decent record here. Yet against BDS, and it seems to be their bogey team. They cannot get the victory.
Yeah, that double loss in the Eurocup 10K, definitely the one that shows exactly that for these guys on Team Liquid. And it's for them, it's going to be about breaking that curse as well. I think there is always going to be some sort of mental block in these kind of games where you know that you've lost to this team recently. And even if you do get up, you're starting to get scared of losing it out. And it really takes that winner's mentality to be able to pull through. It's the same story with teams that end up being able to take these game fives. It takes a mental fortitude, and it's a skill that's really hard to read on a player, but some guys have it, some don't.
Well, potentially, but with that said, it seems to be the servers are content under the player standard. So game 3, there enough happening in a few seconds away, so get your support for whoever it might be. Could be BDS, could be Team Liquid. Some of us might have our banners already set up for this one, unlike Joessi, but we'll have this one going quite shortly here. A small lightning show for you. Game 3, 1 each in the debut series of Team Liquid, and it's Speed off the kickoff, loses it, and it goes in favour to Monkey Moon himself, and Fruity responds and repels. Cooks into the middle, surely wide open net. Axter was beaten, but the pure drop down by Cooks allows him to get the possession, and now it's their turn to do some damage.
But it's a kickoff. It's a kickoff that didn't go in on the goal of Team Liquid, so I'm happy for them, because that has been the main thing that was just haunting them at this point. It looks to be a bit better here. At least they didn't concede, but they do now. Fruity, I think, Danny, the word that you would use for this is absolutely diabolical.
Yep.
Oh.
Apparently Fruity, the daddy as I called him earlier, must be getting tired in his old age. Couldn't get up to the ball quick enough. I know, Joessi, you don't need to tell me.
No, I hit my pinky toe yesterday. Oh my, Monkey Moon? Where did that come from? Hello? What? How is that an angle? What?
Monkey Moon has decided to turn the gas on. He is cooking. He is hot. He is hot stuff at the moment, and Liquid cannot handle it. It has Joessi near enough flabbergasted on how it's been performing, as Monkey Moon still to apply any form of pressure here. Team Liquid was already 3 goals down at this point in game 1, and another chance here by Speed. Double commit. Still has a hope of a chance, an angle, a small hole that pierces right through. Axter just puts that one down. Second touch on target. One save by Team Liquid, and there is still the sustained pressure here against Liquid.
They're really turning up the heat right here for Team BDS. That's a great pass too, but what a save by Kirk here as well. They're finally challenging these balls much earlier, not allowing these in-view passes to connect. The shots are being saved right now on the side of Team Liquid, but they have to change up their speed. They like to play things slow, but Team BDS really isn't allowing them to right now.
Speed, one shot. Dealt by the keeper, moves into the corner, Cooks using the wall, and frankly that's a mistake. Axter has to be bailed out by one of his teammates. And Right now, Liquid are scrambling on the attack. They do not have the comms, do not have the position. Speed calls Cooks on the play there, and Fruity retreat at all costs. They were in a position, they have to restart the phase of play. Pops it up high, and Fruity takes 2 out of the game. 1 dribble, 1 shot, and it's blocked by action. Again, Liquid cannot score at all in game 3.
They're having a bit of trouble here. I still really dislike Monkey Moon for just completely ruining my amazing joke, because it was going to be a really good one. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it because I was so flabbergasted by him breaking the game with that angle. Absolutely crazy coming out from him for that second goal.
Well, there is some questionable decisions. The angle by Monkey Moon, as you mentioned, has been substantially better than most of the gameplay we have. So it was the next level. Monkey Moon attacking, Cooks moves it around. He was looking to do something very similar. Or passing play from the corner. BDS looking to get Liquid back into a squirmy situation here. Fruity into the corner, and Mark Baguette moves that one, shuffles it in. Left-hand position from the corner of Team Liquid's net. Fruity from the corner again moves it, and that's in the middle, and Speed will launch that one downfield under 2 minutes.
But I like the fact that Team BDS isn't as keen as keeping up that pressure anymore. They're allowing Team Liquid to come out of defense just a tad, just so they can make sure that their next switch is going to be the absolute best that they can get, and just keep it away from Team Liquid after that first initial touch. And it's so smart because it also just takes a lot of time away from the clock, and I do think that is right now the biggest enemy for both Team BDS and Team Liquid. For BDS, they want it to run down as quickly as possible, and for Team Liquid, they still need to find 2 goals in just a bit more than a minute.
Players are well aware of that situation of Speed being hounded, hassled. Zucker deals with that. Still in the corner, has to find a way past the Triforce factor BDS. They are literally bunched together. 1 chip up the ball, they will be beaten. Fruity, flip reset, pass 1, not the second. Monkey Moon from defender and hero keeps BDS within the lead of 2. Cooks has a cheap shot against the man in French, doesn't pierce it right through. Liquid really are frustrated at this point.
And it takes a flip reset from the absolute brick that is Fruity to almost get a goal, and yet still that isn't enough. The side of Team Liquid so close, maybe Fruity now, but that's a great read by Monkey Moon, just getting it to the side. Thought for a second that was going to be the goal that Team Liquid so desperately need, but Team BDS's defense overall has been super strong. Even when they find themselves into very awkward situations, they manage to clear the ball away more often times than not to a teammate as well, which just allows them to get out of defense into offense, get their own pressure going. Team Liquid just completely unable to find a goal here in this game 3.
Well, goalless right now. Team Liquid. It's hard to say, at least as a supporter, but try to keep this bias friendly. Struggled that series, still is struggling, and they do not have any answers, no offense pressure whatsoever. Their shots might account at least to a certain extent there, but none of them really look likely of being put in.
No, for sure, and I think most of the possession was on the side of Team BDS. They constantly had that pressure onto Team Liquid, which made it so that what we saw in game 2, where Freddy was really free to just roam in the offense and get the demos there, he couldn't do that at all because he was constantly forced into defense in this game. Just overall, not a lot of boost being used on either team, which really surprises me a little bit because I'd expect Team BDS to be playing much quicker, but overall Team Liquid is keeping up very well.
Well, Liquid, if they want to keep into the winners bracket, it's a must-win game in Game 4. It is a best of 5 within the group stage. They trail 2-1. Their debut series couldn't be any worse at this point here. They got Game 2 to sort out the kick-off issues as Coxer this time around starts from his own back lane. How similar this series has been. Speed pushes that one middle. Quick little shot and Speed. Booster ball. Thankfully picked ball in that case.
Oh, but that was such a bad shot on the side of Extra though. That was once again the opportunity for Team DDS to start strong. Instead, It is Liquid starting off strong kicks here. You thought that shot was coming in. It wasn't a shot, it was just a pass onto the backboard. Fruity was ready, and he finishes off nicely for that 1-0.
Moves in nicely. Gets the lead. Liquid needed that one. Desperately so. 30 seconds gone. Team Liquid leads, but for how much longer? They're already on defense. He cannot get out again, and this one could be pounded against him. Speed. And unfortunately, the opposition really trying to block by a bit of time for the two teammates. Speed. Backline clears it Freddy on the same side, trying to redirect it, even up to the field, and Cox and Speed, 1-2. The nice little link up. No dink, no doink, but it's straight right back at them though.
But I do like it from Team Liquid. What we just saw from Speed, he got the ball all the way upfield, but he didn't even bother going for the 50. Rather than that, he knew his teammates were very far back, so instead he just left the ball, tried to grab a boost away from Team BDS so that they couldn't get their pressure rolling, and instead just let their teammates handle it. I really like that. Another quick one from Speed. Can't find the flip reset. Does get the dunk though. 2-0. Speed does that on his own.
Yes, from Speed, the Liquid fans will be rejoicing. As marked by 8, beaten out, he has been a strong man in defence, to give credit to him, but that is what they needed, desperately so. But then don't need to be falsified insecurity either. That 2-0 could easily vapidate away against them, as Extra looks to do exactly that. No play by the man in question, but here comes Speed, the goal scorer in recent seconds. No shot. The pass was weak too. 90 seconds gone, 2-0.
Oh, another banger coming out from Team BDS with the way that Fruity missed it a couple of games ago. I wasn't quite sure if he was going to save this one. Now a save needed inside of Team BDS. They can't find it. Team Liquid just absolutely running away here in Game 4.
That's a nice play here. Moves in quite delicate in the shot, really. The ball speed 103, but the distance where it had to travel just had to beat the keeper and the job's done. 3-0 here. Is the Liquid problem sorted here, Joessi, or is it just the fact Game 4 and they're really playing for the Game 5 thriller?
I think we're going to see a thriller for sure here, Daddy, and I'm so excited for it because right now it is impossible for me to call it. Well, never mind, I'll just go Team Liquid if Extra is missing open nets like that.
Well, Joessi being a little bit sassy, shall we say, with Extra shooting accuracy, as Cooks will move downfield. Marked by 8, mistake. The French on the attack here. Pretty good stop. Presents himself as a defensive rock here for Team Liquid. They needed that after 2 loose games in this series. Already half the game gone. 3-0. Liquid holds the advantage here as marked by 8 tries to get away with this one. Doesn't. Requires a teammate. Pretty shot above the crossbar. Dealt by the defense.
Well, you say dealt by the defense, but the defense right now is struggling by Team BDS, and what you just saw is so good from Team Liquid, just going back whenever they see a big clear going. There's at least 2 people just going back, making sure that they cover both the left and the right side of the field so that they can keep up that pressure anytime they need to, and it's making it so hard for BDS to get out of defense and get everything going for themselves right here. A mistouch there as well means 3 blue cars coming for absolutely everything that BDS has to offer.
Extra straight across there. I haven't had a chance really on target by that extra miss we saw in recent moments ago. As Cox drops back, Fruity on the wall. He even decides to go back. He will play defensive, and rightly so. There is a chance here for the team in orange to get 1 goal back. Maybe the set and a chance for the comeback if they want it. They have to do it really quickly as Monkey Moon runs back into defense here. It looks like BDS resigns in Game 4 here. They are near enough mentally looking onwards.
And I think it's due to how they're playing their defense right now. In previous games, we really saw them just constantly passing to each other, or at least finding a very strong 50, but it hasn't been the case in this game. I feel like every single time they've tried to just clear it forwards when there's Team Liquid cars right there waiting to throw it back at them, and it's making it very hard to get away from this pressure that Team Liquid has just been playing so well throughout the entire series.
Speed onto his own back wall. Marked by 8. It's a gentle, crisp little play. Read by Team Liquid, 40 seconds. And Fruity, if he gets this one, it will be the nail in the coffin in Game 4. This point here, we will happily say 3-0, surely, unless they want to continue the rampant goal scoring. They seem to be lacking in earlier concessions as Fruity watches that mistake by Coxer, bails him out, and Monkey Moon has one little play, doesn't work well either. 20 seconds now remains.
And Danny, I don't want to make you very nervous, but the last time these two teams fought off, it did go to Game 7 in the winners final of that Eurocup 10K, and in that deciding game, it was Team BDS that came out on top. I'm not too sure how badly you see Team Liquid doing in that Game 5 right now.
Already negative, Joessi.
I know, it's for a reason.
Well, I'm just going to ignore that question, frankly, Joessi, and just say Liquid has a chance like any other. They just need to have a similar performance in Game 4. They have the equipment, they have the tools, they have Speed, major winner, Fruity, major winner, Coxer, a former world champion. And you're going to say they're going to lose in this Game 5. Disgraceful, diabolical from Joessi.
And yet, based on facts, the facts that you bring up aren't against this Team BDS team that has been super clutch and can just completely turn it up. And I think that is one of their biggest strengths. Whenever they seem to be playing slow, then suddenly you have Monkey Moon scoring absolutely crazy angles out of nowhere in that series. And how are you going to defend against that?
Well, potentially defending, but a quick overall look at the stats there at one point. They're 50% ball possession from either side. It was a much more on form between the two. Does the scoreline heavily favoured Team Liquid there, but 2 each there. In chat, I know you're probably having a great debate between EU and NA, but how about this game there? How is it going to fall for yous? And Joessi, you've been there saying the facts, trying to get the statistics, trying to give all that. You're still favouring BDS?
Danny, do you know what's going to happen? It's going to be the first minute, there's going to be 2 kickoff goals for Team BDS, and that's just going to be game over, and it's going to be an absolute anti-climax for a Game 5. That's the way I see this one going.
Do you not see the overlay around me where it said 3-0 Team Liquid?
I mean, we're in Game 5, so...
I know, but there's still a 3 there on Liquid, and it still could happen. Game 5, well, how is it going to go? Well, that said, though, Liquid really wants to start their campaign. They're new to the esports scene itself. They brought Fruity. They had that video, as Jam talked about, all the stats, all the favourite bits into it. And Joessi still going for the opposition. Shame on you, Joessi.
I know, I should be really bad, but I do think that this Team BDS is something special. The way that they've risen from basically nowhere to where they are now, which is, I would say, almost a team that can compete for top 4. Because early on the desk, I'm not quite sure who said it. I think it was Bacon who called Team Liquid a dark horse, which is quite fitting considering their logo, but for that top 4 spot in Europe. And on the same side, you do have Team BDS, who are now taking them to Game 5. So I think in that sense, you could say that they're in the exact same boat.
Well, I had a brief look there, and RL Stats actually messaged me there. He said I did actually correctly predict a 3-0. It was in Game 4, so I've got something right with a 3-0 prediction this week.
Is it the prediction that counts, though? I'm not quite sure about that one.
I have to agree with you on that one. Of course, there is a small server being tested here on this one. There's apparently an issue on this one, and Team Liquid has actually done well with the server recreations, but it's been interesting. There we are, just seeing them swapping in and out, making sure everything is suitable here. But Joessi, in these situations here, the players should be adjusted. They should be used to these problems. But how do you get around it mentally, though?
You say you should be used to it, but I don't think you ever can, because when you play competitive, you get into this rhythm, and that's the exact reason why so many teams ask other teams for warm-ups before their big games, because you need to really get used to that speed and get used to the way that teams play, because hopping into ranked, you're just going to be faced three individuals, and most of the time they're not really looking for passes. Instead, you're facing a lot of flip resets and solo plays. When if you're playing a team, they are much quicker because all of the players are that good. They know from each other where they are, so they're pulling these predictive plays rather than reactive plays, and it's just such a different environment. And as soon as you get into a game like here and you have to wait a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, you get out of this rhythm. You suddenly start to really go back to the basics, and you're going to take at least a minute in that next game to warm up. And it just favors some teams, especially the ones that are stronger in kickoffs. And throughout this series, it has been Team BDS.
Well, it might be as well. I've been keeping a small eye. Chat, don't forget there is a poll. Who's going to take the series? How it's going to go there. BDS fans has been very quiet, to be fair. It's been mostly Team Liquid. I must say I do enjoy that quite a lot. But come on, show the support to both sides. It's a very much a crucial game. How that's going to go. And by the looks of it, players seem to be somewhat contented with this server. They are still testing away at it. There has been multiple changes there. Both sides are requesting to make sure it is perfect. So unusual to see that many restarts in this type of tournament, but Joessi, with the stakes at hand here,
I mean,
this is important.
It's always the Italian internet. I think that's been the biggest issue so far. But we'll overlook it because he's that good. No, we'll overlook it just because he's that good. He should just move. So the Team Liquid is opening a Dutch facility. I'm not quite sure if it's open yet, but I feel like all of the players should just move to the Netherlands so it's easier for me to get their autographs.
Fair enough, that's a good enough reason. 76% of you voted for Team Liquid will take the series. Well, some on the desk disagree with you. Joessi has been disagreeing with that one there. And it still looks like a potential chance here of another server recreation. It's just a continue factor. I think the Danny curse is strong tonight here on this one.
Yeah, it's been a bit wonky. We briefly touched upon it after the previous series where it was like, oh, that was such a smooth sailing. I don't think I even said, let's pray for the servers to be good in the upcoming one. But I think either you're good and you really hate me, or something else is going on.
I don't know, but the way my camera has been going, I've been compared to the 1980s, the Beatles, or from the Shadow Realm. But on that one, how you may have been choosing. But with that there, the players are rejoining the field for another test. So I don't know if we're counting the amount of tests here. Team Liquid would have won 3 out of 4 times at least.
Yeah, they seem to be playing all right during the test. Unfortunately, that doesn't quite count, and it also quite often just ends with one of the team's own goaling. But it is what it is. We can't really do anything about it, unfortunately. But it does allow us to really go into depth, which is something that we don't always get to do, Danny. There's always during the cast, a minute can be very short, and it allows us really to go into depth about how teams differ in terms of playstyle, because I do think it's very interesting to see how the different teams end up playing.
How they will play and everything else going around there, but with that said, we'll just slightly breeze back over how the series has progressed further. We might as well tell anybody tuning in to the series. There has been 4 games played. Start from game 1. The series started basically with a 3-1 game, and right now that BDS looked strong, looked decent, but well, wasn't the ideal start for Liquid, was it?
It definitely wasn't the ideal start for sure, Danny. They struggled so hard, but it had been the kick-off goals, and that continued throughout game 2, even though Team Liquid did take that one 4-2, and it was a back and forth throughout the game, because then we saw a 2-0 from BDS and a 3-0 for Team Liquid. So a lot of back and forth between those two teams, and whether game 5 is going to be the back or the forth remains to be seen. I do think everyone is ready for this game 5. We are ready. I hope the watchers are ready, because this is where it ends.
Well. Will Team Liquid secure their first ever victory? Will BDS effectively spoil the party that everyone was hyped for as Fruity already on defense near enough the entirety of the series. Liquid has played from the back. Usually Cookser enjoys the counter-attacking. He has had that sort of profile for a while. Speed drops back here, and the attack still being pounded against him. Cooks moves, Fruity double commits into it. Won't be costly. Cooks with the shot! And actually with the save, long distance on that one. Maybe a bit hopeful from us, but they took the chance and weren't rewarded for it.
The first shot off the game, and a lot of demos already coming out from Team Liquid as well. They want to still play that disruptive style, and it's working wonders. It doesn't allow Team BDS to put everyone in offense. That pass is cut out. Fruity, ooh, extra still back. The first few chances on the side of Team Liquid. They're pounding on the door, but it's not opening yet.
Everybody, one touch there, Speed will take it away from him. There we are, back into it. Between the two, it's a technical game. We've seen the mechanics, we've seen everything, we've seen that demo, and Liquid will have to play trailing down in game 5 if they want to stay in the upper bracket now.
Oh, that was gorgeous. That flip that he used to get the ball past the first defender coming in, and then just positioned himself in between the ball and the player. I think Joessi would be proud of how he got that one in, getting the demo on top of that, and a lot of demos on the side of Team Liquid, but Team BDS are the one that used it for the goal. Now maybe another one, Monkey Moon! Oh, that's out! That is heartbreaking, so close. And on the other side now, Speed getting the goal. No, it is Cooks' back and forth for sure, Danny.
This series is an emotional roller coaster. You see BDS take the lead, Liquid takes it back, beating the ball back and forth until a submission is occurred. 1 each now, 2 in the series, the game 5 decider. Thankfully, in their case, Speed being the hero. 1 flick, 1 pop. And what type of flick was that?
You can't call that a flick. That was a ball touch and nothing more than that. Speed, another opportunity now. He pops it this one. Almost getting it past. Pretty's the last one back though, so he needs to watch out. And Speed on the ground, not the best player. In the air, I love watching him, but that one on the ground wasn't too great from him.
Pretty quick shot. It's wide from anybody in blue. Cookser is effectively last man. Their defense isn't ready, and the reliable old man Cooks moves into it. Effectively there. No way.
Speed to Cooks!
And that will do! That will do! Cookser puts Liquid into the lead. BDS, what do you have now?
Flying past the ball, but ready for the pass. Great team play here by Team Liquid. You understand now why they're being picked up as a team. That chemistry, you pointed out them playing over 90 matches together, and the chemistry is showing. Great vision on the side of Team Liquid. 2-1 now in their favor in this game 5.
Near enough, 0.5 goals scored on average on 91 played. That probably will be the biggest goal Cookser has scored. Maybe since the Euro Cups they lost that one. They want revenge. They want to see Renault Vitality in the next match. It's Fruity plays it across. He's usually the spoiler to the party for Speed and Cooks. They've formed up in team to get the beat. That shot's wide. Liquid has to defend this one. Moves across by a Cooks pinch. And rule 2 initiated. Liquid
Keeping it? No, Speed broke it. That's going to be karma. That's got to be karma coming in from Speed unless he can find the goal there. Almost does that. But the karma gods will be coming for him, Danny. Be very afraid.
Karma will strike like lightning, but Speed to Cooks once again. Shot wide, dealt into the corner, and Fruity to dish out another pass ideally. One off the back wall there, and extra moves across there. Cookser into the middle. Liquid has been taken to walkies there, and Speed diverted. 1 minute 30. BDS trails by 1.
Oh, not for longer. I was gonna say that touch from Fruity just enough, turned wide after the shot from extra came in. BDS now looking for those passes in offense. Rather than taking the shots again, they are trying to find these really just unreadable shots coming in from the midfield. It's working out for them so far, unless they get stuck on defense, which has happened often in this series. They're scared now on the side of Team Liquid. They're not upfield. They're not ready to receive passes anymore. They're all in defense right now, Danny.
Coxer back. He will go in defence. Fruity launches down. Cox will take advantage. Is that on target? Well, actually wasn't taking any priorities on chances. Monkey Moon dish that one. Middle speed. He will go for the bump. Fails to get it. Coxer, one fake, one whip. He has just wiggled his way past two. And Mark Baguette alone in the defence. Plays it wide. 20 seconds and under. Liquid has just the need to hold on in defence to secure their first ever win.
Oh, I am holding my breath right now, Daddy. It is so close, and they're in offense, and they can just pull it off. 10 more seconds unless this pass gets received. Monkey Moon puts it upfield, can't pull it off. 3 BDS players in the same corner. This is going to drop down, and Team Liquid does take it. The fanboy gets this win.
Fanboy, maybe coach in the future, you never know. But Team Liquid secures their first ever victory in the Rocket League esports scene. Congratulations, Cox, Fruity and Speed. Well done. Monkey Moon trying to have a transfer back to the other side with you, and they will have a matchup against Renault Vitality.
Yeah, it's from one monster onto another here, Danny. Yes, you've beaten Team BDS. I applaud the way they've done it. I did not faith in them in this best of 5, seeing as they got beaten by Team BDS twice in a row. They brought it back when it matters most. The biggest tournament going on in Europe right now, the Summer Grand Prix hosted by Rocket Baguette, and Team Liquid is here to both fight and party, I feel like.
Well, fight and party, but we'll be heading towards a quick break while everybody in chat, though, debates between Rule 1 and 2. No, Subpar and HD had the 10 Commandments. Maybe they might settle that debate, but we'll see you on the other side of it.
Welcome back to Rocket Baguette Summer Grand Prix over here in the group stage. And man, oh man, Danny, is your heart all right? Should I call a doctor? That series must have absolutely worn and tired you down. What again, christening for Team Liquid in the very first series as a team. Blood, sweat, and tears for sure, but they somehow persevered. Even with all of those nerves, in the end, what really allowed them to finally break the spirit and break the game in their favor?
Well, they had a very great coach in the background. Oh, scratch up. In all seriousness, Liquid, they were nervous by the opening 3 goals, by the kickoff. That disrupted them. By the time set in the middle of the cast, they were slow starters. Yeah, that always has been. But you do not say the likes of Cox or Speed. I can list off the entire history of whoever's been on that team and DeFruity. It's easy to walk by them. They will give you a match every time. And do you know what? Liquid right now, one of the very few teams I could say that's professionally unbeaten in our esports. So will that continue?
Should they immediately retire then to still keep that 100% record, or it's a big question for you, Danny. I know that you want Team Liquids to be unbeaten, but then again, you want to see more of them, right?
And just very quickly, just keep in mind who they're facing next when you answer this.
Look, Renault Vitality has to be considered, arguably the best team in the world, definitely in Europe though. There will be a matchup like Noir. They have beaten Renault Vitality a few times, as Liquid side. It's possible, it's strong, it's likely. We'll get to the predictions slightly later, of course, but it's possible they shouldn't leave the scene. With a matchup like that, however the next one goes, it's still going to be a great match.
We're looking for that one. Joessi, before we start though, your thoughts on Team BDS, because that was by no means a weak performance by them. Sometimes the defense was thrown out of the window, but in the end, I feel like Team BDS also deserves some plaudits going their way.
I mean, Monkey Moon was popping like you expect him to. Some of the goals that he ended up getting and some that were very close. I mean, in that last game, he had that air drag that went into the crossbar and then ended up being a goal on his own side. Very unfortunate. I feel like he was right there, but overall very strong. And I think as a team, they performed admirably as well. I really love their way, their approach to attack, where rather than taking shots that can just be saved time and time again, they opt to go for these passes to really catch off the opponent's defense. But I think in combination with Team Liquid starting to read those and challenging them earlier, as well as their defense just being disrupted by Team Liquid every single time. They kept on going for these bumps and these demos. It just caught them off guard, and it didn't feel like Team BDS got to play the type of Rocket League that they like to play and that they're good at.
Yeah, we saw 7 demolitions from Fruity in the first 2 games. Didn't help them that much in the first one, but we saw what result that gave Team Liquid in the second game. And from then on, they sort of fell back from that. Fruity saw that it was no longer needed, and the Team Liquid managed to find their ways through the defense in many other ways. But a physical play, once again, proven to be useful, and in Team Liquid's repertoire, it might have been something that really pushed them a little bit over the edge. Well, it's not over yet for any of those teams. Of course, Team Liquid is going to play against Renault Vitality coming on up, and their opposition, Team BDS, is dropping to the lower bracket when there is a chance for them losing it for the final time. But that's going to come later. First, though, on your screens, it's Team Liquid again. Danny's going to be very happy, but it's Renault Vitality again as well. And we saw exactly what they can do. Alpha and KDOP have been on fire. I'm pretty sure Fairypick is just waiting for his moment. He didn't want to steal the spotlight from his teammates. Wouldn't be surprised if he shoots up in this next matchup. So Danny, I didn't know which team do you prefer, but tell me about the next game. Renault Vitality must be once again the favorite.
I think 2 words would probably suit this series quite well. Be careful.
I like it.
Yeah, this series is going to be fireworks. There's going to be nothing left under the pits. The only thing that annoys me, Jam, about this one here, it's only a best of 5. 1 best of 5 for these 2 Titans. Oh, come on, this needs to be longer.
Well, let's cross our fingers that both of these teams are going to make it, should really make it into the playoffs. And then we might see them one more time, maybe in the grand final, Danny. That's going to be a big celebration for you, I'm pretty sure. With a bracket reset, are you up for that?
Oh, absolutely.
We're going to have that then. Let's write down in our script. But one last question then for you, Danny. Who are you going to have in this next game?
Well, I don't know if my background is ready for this one, but...
Oh, it's already showed up. It's already showed up.
Oh, has it shown up? I may have thought it had been the other one. I wouldn't dare say 3-0 against Renault Vitality. That might be pushing the boat out, would it? Team Liquids.
Too late. I suppose so. Joessi, well, now for sure, a question for you. Who are you going to pick?
I mean, I'm going to go with Renault Vitality, mainly because I love annoying Danny, but also because Team Renault Vitality is also strong. And I think they showed it that matchup against Top Logs, the team that we talked about being the absolute surprise of the tournament so far with some amazing results, just almost the quickest sweep that we've seen throughout the tournament with that first 3 games. Then yeah, they did take a game, but overall Renault Vitality so strong. I think the only way that I do see Team Liquid having a chance is with those disruptive plays. If Fruity can find those bumps, if we get Cooks here in front of the ball and getting those beautiful cherry picks, then I do think that Team Liquid has a decent chance. But even if it does go to game 5, I still have Renault Vitality taking this one.
Definitely a big difference between Team Liquid at the start of that match and the end of that match. But even with that little warm-up that they got and improvement in form, I still cannot see past Renault Vitality. I have them as the ultimate winners of this series and potentially going there in the playoffs as well. First, maybe second spot, as they seem to be made that spot their own. But there are 2 more folks who can tell us more about these teams, this matchup, give you their predictions. And that's, of course, Boyoroyo for the first time today, and his colleague, Craftman. Take it away.
Well, thank you, Jam. As he said, it is me, Boyoroyo, joined by Crafters, and I think we're backstage, Crafters, and we were both very excited for this series.
Oh, very excited. I mean, the 2 Titans coming into this week of Rocket League, at least in the European scene, have been Vitality and Dignitas. Now you've got Team Liquid joining the fray. Obviously, the Exmo Sports roster, now adding Fruity. Wasn't the best showing, I would say, against BDS. There's a lot more to give from this Liquid team. Are they going to do it against Vitality, though? I do not think so. I think at least the performance that Vitality had in that game or that matchup, sorry, against top blokes, they were just cutting everyone off. And I mean, Joessi mentioned it on the desk. There was how Liquid could win if they were just in the faces of Vitality. But Vitality are going to be right up in your noses as well. And as we get this one going, you can see Vitality just will lead straight from the front.
Well, if we want to go from past results, before this tournament, Team Liquid with Fruity, well, Mouse Sports with Fruity at the time, only played against 2 different RLCS teams, BDS and Vitality. They lost twice to BDS, but won twice against Vitality, so maybe they have figured Vitality out, maybe they've got something down here. We're going to find out, so you know what? Just to be different, Crafters, and support my unintelligible friend Danny, I'm going to go with Team Liquid here. I'm going to give Team Liquid the win over Vitality, the upset, and let's see if the boys can surprise me. I do agree with you that that first series against BDS was shaky at times, but they managed to actually turn things around. Can they do it again? Now, can they work with that momentum they have at the end and take down the Titans of Europe, the French super team Vitality?
Certainly seems like Vitality are right on the front foot. Fairy can't make contact on that one. That's something I noticed from Liquid in their last matchup just there. Sometimes they all clump together, the defense a little bit shaky. That's going to open the door for Vitality more often than not. You can see already just Alpha Q, he comes from the right-hand wall, Fruity and Speed going to have to make the saves here, both together. Fairy fires onto net, and Cookser rotates in for the save still.
Barely kept out, they're still shooting on target, right on Vitality, not slowing down. Alpha to the side while looking for the pass, not going to work away. They clear out, K-Top, midfield battle at the moment, trying to find that opening. Up high will go, dropping down to Fairy Peak, intercepted by Fruity, their pressure remains, Vitality not slowing down. Bring the ball centre, Fairy Peak a chance, up high, a small tap, Novus in the tank, Cookser can get the clear out to the side, and up Fruity will go, alleviating that just for a moment for Liquid. Will they get back in attack, trying to push through, that's the chance they need, a wide open net, Speed finds a push.
And that's the big counter-attack ability from Liquid. Vitality pushing so far upfield, wasting boosts, wasting chances, and then Liquid bang one in on the counter-attack. Brilliantly played by their defense, holding on to possession more importantly, and putting Vitality in a bit of an awkward spot, but off the kickoff, you can see Vitality are just going to keep pushing this issue. But Liquid, they need to start playing the possession game for themselves.
This game started off full Vitality. They had all control of the ball, and one small counter-attack is what gave Liquid this lead. But they're not always going to get these counter-attack opportunities. Vitality are a team capable of scoring, and they can do it very, very well. They can put some amazing shots on target. So Liquid have to be careful. They've got to take control of this game, extend upon their lead. A chance for Cookser now, bet by Alpha. Vitality advancing upfield. The squadron of players all together. Team cohesion on that squad is so good. They are the powerhouse of Europe for a reason. The French columns next to just being together for so long. The only team in Europe to stick with that roster from season 9. And it's showing how well as a team they work together. But they've got to find the goal. And at the moment, Team Liquid 1-0 up. Pushing upfield to Fruity, Novus and attack. The ball will fall back. Over one. That could be a chance. A good 50-50. They clear out to the side. Centre, they clear away, the play dies down, Vitality have got to try and do it again.
They do, but Liquid just holding strong. Not overextending themselves too much as Vitality seem to be doing, but Liquid, if they want to pull off this series, they need to get a few more opportunities than what they're getting here, because you can see K-Dop just holding that central line, keeping possession for himself. Speed needed to make that touch. Still a minute and a half to go. Liquid with all the momentum on their side. Free to the corner. Speed could follow up onto the backboard. Where's the follow-up? There it is, but it's straight into the path of K-Dop. And now maybe is the time for Team Liquid to build their momentum from the front. Maybe get two in front. Speed straight into the path of Alpha. Here comes Cooks on the drop down. No, it's not there. Right into the keeper. Vitality defense holds for the moment.
Nothing finding the back of the net as yet for Vitality. Liquid could not find their second leader. Fairy Peak up high to the backboard, dropping down. Cookser can take control, but the pressure will remain as Alpha. Off the sidewall, bringing it in centre. The pass over to K-Dop, trying to start a play, but not working out. No one to receive the pass. When the clock dying down, 50 seconds left. Vitality still on the attack, but not scoring anything just yet. So many shots taken, 9 in total, but not a single goal find the back of the net. It's been speed and defence. 4 saves, along with Fruity with 3 to his name. The defense from Team Liquid, immaculate at the moment. Nothing finding its way through.
phenomenal defending, even better attacking from Vitality. And I mean, the last couple of days on Monday and Tuesday here, Boyo, we saw the likes of Endpoint just putting up shot after shot after shot, and it worked against them because their accuracy just wasn't there. Seems to be the same way for Vitality, but the rotations from Liquid are just precise and perfect. And it might not have been the most spectacular game here in game number 1, but Liquid seem to have got the job done. If this one touches down and it will from Cookser, Liquid take the first.
An excellent start for Team Liquid. As you said, nothing flashy, nothing spectacular, just a really, really solid Rocket League. It's as simple as that. It's all they need to do. Just play solid and they are going to win. As that defense, as we kept referencing, nothing was getting past. 8 saves made, and there was 9 shots taken by Vitality. Everyone was getting saves. No chance of getting anything through.
And you see that field domination stat down the bottom of your screen there, 59%. Usually, obviously throughout this week, we've always just started seeing the field domination stat, but usually it's around 50-odd%, like maybe 51, 52 in favor of somebody. But to see a stat like that, 59% in favor of Vitality, that is, and for them to not pick up the win as well, that is just ridiculous. I mean, you go back to the game they had earlier on against Top Blokes. In the first game, they won 2-0 in that game and had 58% domination. It just goes to show you the Team Liquid defense, so solid in rotations, and being able to read Vitality in the way that they are. It's really good to see from Liquid, but Vitality need to start being a little bit more creative because they're putting up fairly standard shots for me here, Boyle, and Liquid are just wasting them all as we start game 2. Can Vitality find that spark of creativity, or will Liquid's defense hold strong again?
As you mentioned, Vitality, they have that ability to be creative. We've seen it time and time again. Alpha especially, an insanely creative player. He gets some amazing shots, but we didn't see any of that in game number 1. I don't know if it's Team Liquid disallowing those opportunities or Vitality just not being confident to go for them. And if it's the lack of confidence, I don't know why that is there. They had an excellent start off against the Top Bloke side, but now trailing by 1 is Liquid, an early goal, only 30 seconds needed. It's the same old, same old. Liquid have came in, scored a goal, and now they can just defend, and defend some more.
And you know what? Danny loves his defense. That's maybe why he loves this Team Liquid so much. But I want to see Liquid put up one hell of a show and get maybe a few more goals on the board. They will. Cooks just slots one under. Brilliant pass in there from Speed as well, but K-Dot should have been winning this challenge, and the defense just not ready for that one from Cooks.
A great shot, 2-0 Team Liquid. I'm feeling a lot more confident with my prediction now, Crafters. I said, do they have Vitality figured out? I think they might. And they're starting to prove that to me more and more. 2-0 up, 30 seconds in. Can Vitality finally return? Alpha's up, the drop down. Cooks at the dribble away. With VDP not working out, the pressure will try and remain for Vitality, but K-Dot passing upfield. VDP gonna let the drop for Alpha up high to the backboard. He'll try and head. An attempted dunk. Cooks are standing strong in the air. Not gonna let anything get by him easily enough. Team Liquid looking so strong, coming off the corner. A chance for Vitality. Save once more, but it's gonna go in. Oh, Cooks are never mind. What a save! Off the post, pinches it out, but it's not over yet. Fairy Peak centre, Alpha the shot, it goes in 2-1 Team Liquid.
Oh, and Cook's just being the rock that he is. Just misses this one in the corner, can't read it off Fairy Peak and just goes diving at that one. Speed can't get round. For the first time in this series here, Boyo, Liquid's rotations have really broken down. Vitality's pressure has worked out for them, so maybe just calm down a little bit, Liquid guys, but Fairy right to the backboard, wanting to keep this pressure right on the blue half of the field. And again, this is what Vitality do so well, is hold on to the ball and just keep shooting and shooting and shooting.
And you say calm down, Vitality said we're not going to let them calm down, we're going to pull after more shots to net and put more and more pressure on as K-Dot will take control. The flick out to the back wall. Trying to win under 50, but Cookser, it'll go up high, the follow-up, the drop down centre. Prix will get the clear away, over to Cookser once more. That's the shot to the backboard, saved by K-Dot. Speed cannot follow up. Alpha an attempt to clear, the ball drops down. to decide it will go. A midfield battle, both teams trying to break out. Vitality might have the upper hand. The team Liquid. Oh, what a great pass! A great turnaround. 3-1 Team Liquid.
What a read here by Speed and by Fruity as well. Unbelievable hook up there between the two guys. What positioning from Fruity to keep that one on his car and bangs it into the top left corner. Beautiful play, and Liquid ahead by 2.
Ahead by 2 once more. What a play it was. They dropped down to Speed. That's another chance. Oh, barely kept out. Liquid are playing so well now. They have decided, wait, Vitality, we're only winning by 1. No, that's not on. We've got to win by even more than that. But launched to the backboard, saved by Cookser. Team Liquid, they've just turned something on, and it's not turning off. Oh, what a game this has been from them.
It certainly has been, and I mentioned about Joessi on the desk talking about Liquid just shutting Vitality down. It's going to be the key to victory for them. It certainly has been. And more so keeping possession. You can see Vitality are winning more of the 50-50 challenges, but I think Liquid, they are putting the balls in positions only their own teammates can get to. And just like that, Speed drops one down to Cooks in a position that Vitality defense had no chance of getting to. Fairy caught flat-footed, and Cooks slots it under for the 4th.
He makes it 4-1 the scoreline. Vitality, almost no chance of coming back now. With how well Team Liquid are playing, I find it hard that they get one more goal this game. 2 minutes left, so realistically it's possible, but Team Liquid, oh, they have, after that game 1 being so close, they decided they're not going to get any closer than that, and we are going to dominate Vitality. They're doing exactly that. Prix with a launch upfield to try and establish another play. Just get more goals on the pitch. Speed, what a performance from him. 3 assists already, the playmaker today. And Cooks with a hat-trick as well. Pretty one of his own. Everyone is playing so well on this squad.
He mentioned earlier about the team cohesion of Renal Vitality, but look at the chemistry between the Team Liquid boys. They know where everyone is at any given moment. That's an interesting touch though by Speed. It might lead to a goal. He gets the defensive play, but it's really not a play he really had to have made, because he set it up for the other team. And if you're Speed, you cannot be making mistakes like that. I know you're 4-1 up.
Oh,
with just over a minute to go, but K-Dot, look at, you can give Vitality those chances. They are going to run with them, so you need to shut them down and not give them easy chances.
Vitality almost scored 1 this whole series, and Fruity scored 1 himself this game. 4 per Team Liquid. Oh, Vitality game 3 is going to be a lot of tough work. And with Cookser upfield, a 1-on-1 against Kerr, trying to force it away through to make it 5. Not going to work out. But it doesn't matter if it works out or not. Team Liquid are 1 game 2, and they're going to be 2 up in this series. Simple as that. And Vitality, they need a reverse sweep now. Otherwise, they'll be heading to the lower bracket and make it to the playoffs in that upper bracket side.
Yeah, like we said earlier, the format being here, the top 3 teams from the 4-team groups will go through. Obviously, Liquid and Vitality already secured themselves a spot in the playoffs on Saturday and Sunday. They're fighting for seeding, and Liquid making a splash onto the scene in their first 7 games here in Rocket League, and a 4-1 victory over Vitality here in game number 2. Setting them up for almost a second goal there from Vitality, but Liquid setting themselves up wonderfully, and Danny's got to be rubbing his hands together thinking, I've backed the right horse.
And this Liquid team is making a statement right now, Crafters. They've came here, they picked up Fruity. They pick up Fruity, they go for the Euro Cup. They beat Vitality not once, but twice. They lose to BTS in the finals, and they come back here for the Grand Prix. The first team they face off against is pretty much arch rivals now, BDS. They take them down. And they face up against a familiar foe, Vitality, and they're 2-0 up. What a statement this is from Team Liquid, really putting themselves in contention for top of Europe now, with just how good they've been performing in these last 2 tournaments. They are taking down the top teams.
They are, and I think maybe people or Liquid fans will be saying, you underestimated these guys coming into this week, and you underestimated this team when they were picked up by Liquid. You've got to agree with that now. We have been underestimating, and obviously Mouse squad, as Jay mentioned earlier, who've been up and down all over the place. But now as Team Liquid, they've just something's starting to click, and maybe, just maybe, Boyle, it's the Fruity factor.
And maybe it's the Fruity factor. Fruity always a question mark for me in reciprocity. I knew he was a good, strong player, but it was where did he fit into that roster and what about him made that roster so good, which caused me a lot of questions. But there's obviously something here that I didn't notice, because Liquid picked him up and they went from a kind of a mid-tier team with Speed and Cox. They were had their moments at time, but inconsistent had really riddled that squad. Fruity's came in here, and what a start this had been with that pickup. I cannot overstate how well Fruity's done this roster, and how well Speed and Cox have done as well. They have played immaculately.
Yeah, and I mean, we think back for Fruity at least, back to the days of PSG when he was playing with the likes of Joessi back in DreamHack Valencia, when they just completely tore up that tournament. What a fantastic victory it was from them back then. He was such a dominating presence on that roster. You never wanted to get in the way of Fruity, especially in offense. He was such a precise striker, and you saw in that last game that touch he had down from Speed, and then just the tiniest little bit of a cherry picker touch to curve that one in. Fruity is fitting so well with Cooks and Speed, who again themselves formidable duo over the last maybe year or so here in the Rocket League esports scene, and they're gelling so well together. Whereas Vitality, again, we've seen it work before. We've seen it work for Vitality in the past. I don't know what's happening here, because they look good against Top Blokes. I mean, obviously they dropped that one game, but they looked really good against Top Blokes, and they looked like nobody was going to take them off, at least today. But Liquid have came in here and have stole the show for me.
It's simple. They have stole the show, and as I mentioned about not wanting to get in the way of Fruity, it's the amount of power he can generate on his shots, and I think he don't want to get away again in his way in real life as well, because of that exact same thing. The amount of power that man can generate. But
he's a mountain of a man. I mean, I'm 6 foot tall, or about 6'1", 6'2". He towers over me, and I'm like, oh, hello, Fruity. Nice to meet you. How you doing?
I think Fruity just instills fear in his opponents, just as a human being in general, and that's why any team with him does so well. But no, in all seriousness, Liquid, I don't even know, I wouldn't even account it as just solely the pickup of the org, which I've heard a lot of people have saying it's a turnaround. They've been picked up by Liquid, they're feeling a lot more happy, motivated and stuff, but you've seen how they played in Eurocup. That's not about the org. The org will definitely help. Liquid have definitely rejuvenated this team, but they've had this new bit of confidence with Fruity on this roster. Speed feeling more comfortable, and old friends pretty much just came around, and Cookser, he's always doing well, he's always happy, he's always just winning and having amazing chances. Cookser, I can never say anything bad about him.
You really can, and I mean, the perennial winner, obviously former world champion back in Season 2 with Flipside Tactics, been around pretty much since the start of Rocket League esports, and he is just as good today as he was, 3-4 years ago, back in Season 1 and Season 2 of the RLCS. But as we get this one going into game number 3, Cookser and his boys Speed and Fruity, one game away from making the playoffs in the upper bracket, but Vitality might have something to say about that. You can never count out this three-headed monster in Red Vitality.
And that upper bracket spot is so important, so helpful as well. And even heading to the lower bracket today puts you at risk of starting in the lower bracket or the playoffs, as of course the third place team in the groups will be starting off in the lower bracket, and that's not a fun place to start by any means of the word. Last life already, so they team want any win they can get. Liquid, 2 firsts of the way there, one more win in this series, and they will be moving on to the playoffs, top seed guaranteed. Whereas Vitality have the threat of Top Blokes again, or Team BDS, and they don't want to play against these teams. These teams are so good. Vitality want this easy run, but Liquid are not giving it to them. Liquid are saying, no, we are here to ruin your day, ruin your parade, and show that we are the best in Europe.
Certainly looking that way for the moment. Fruity going for a bump on somebody in net. Can't make contact on anyone. Alpha will get the save out. This is the push that Liquid need to start making against Vitality. Yes, they won that game, the last game, quite comfortably, I should say. But I think they need to lead from the front here against Vitality because they're just going to be right up in your grill. Alpha again. Going for that flip reset. He's gone for that maybe 3 or 4 times now. And every single time there's a Liquid defender right there to take the ball right from the top of his car. The aggression in defense is brilliant from Liquid, but they need to start turning that into offensive pressure upfield.
Hookser to the ceiling, cannot follow up in time. K-Dot will find a save, the clear away up to Fairy Peak, it will go. Up and down, K-Dot too slow, bet by speed, along to the backboard, saved by Alpha. The Crooks is up high, rushing in, trying to find a touch on it. A beat to the ball, to the ceiling it will go. Kuxa depends off the floor, going barely wide. K-Dot gets it cleared away, and Fairy Peak going upfield now, trying to get a chamber Vitality. 1 goal scored this whole series, 5 for Team Liquid. Vitality scoring not in their repertoire this series it seems, and they've got to turn that around. They need a reverse sweep at this stage, and they've got to find something different they can do. With half the game gone, now the scoreline, for how much longer will that last? Vitality on attack, hunting for a goal, but Team Liquid, so good at getting these clues away, so good at defense, they're not letting anything get through. And as soon as that opportunity is there, they'll go in the counter-attack.
And like I mentioned earlier, Vitality just seem to be doing the same thing over and over and over again. Alpha's going to go for that flip reset. K-Dot's going to head it into the backboard. Liquid are just reading every single play that they're doing. They need to start mixing it up. Maybe go for a bump play or two, because Liquid are just reading every chance that Vitality's getting and shutting them down before they can even develop.
The corner, Kuxa, up high he'll go, looking for a chance, a one-on-one against Alpha. Oh, Fairy Peak comes in, saves his teammate. But they're not going to slow down. Prix to the corner now, speeds up high, beats the ball by Alpha to the ceiling, it will go, Kuxa out to the side. 90 seconds left of this game, scoreless. The closest one so far, without Fairy Peak trying to find a teammate, no one there to receive. Fruity, a great touch, and hit by K-Dot in net. Still, a goal not scored. Renal Vitality, 4 shots taken, none went in. 5 for Team Liquid. The same can be said about them. Fairy Peak, up high. Easily hit by Fruity. Where's the creativity in the plays that Crafters is talking about? We need to see the creativity. We're wanting the creativity, and Vitality needs to do it if they want to score.
They're just shutting down these lanes. Every time they come from the corner, someone from Liquid is there to step in the way. Vitality needs to start pushing this down the throats of Liquid. Hold this midfield and just put it right onto target and just start demoing these keepers, because Liquid are just going to keep rotating. And there's only been maybe 1 or 2 times throughout the course of this series here, Boyo, that Liquid have broken rotation, and I think it led to 1 goal from Vitality. It's not going to lead to another one if they keep up this pace.
Certainly not. 30 seconds left on the clock. Overtime looking likely now. Unless Vitality can pull something off on this play. Up high, Kuxa a chance, the pass down his speed, to force it way through. Oh, K-Dot find the save, Kuxa not in position to follow up. Clear away not working out, speed a chance, the pass out, that's gonna go in. Slots it in the bottom corner, 1-0 Team Liquid, 12 seconds left. That's surely got to be it, Crafton. That's surely got to be the sweep. The Vitality rattled at the moment.
Precision in that pass. Absolutely dominating from Team Liquid, and you could not write it better. But Alpha looking to get it off the kickoff, can't slot it in. K-Dot will fire Fruity with the save, and with 4 seconds to go, that might be it for Vitality. This one needs to hit the ground, and Liquid will be going through to the upper bracket in the playoffs. And yes, they have done it. Vitality full swept out by Team Liquid.
Team Liquid take down the Titans of Europe. Vitality for a 3rd time in a row of matchups for them. They have cemented themselves as the Vitality destroyers at this stage. Oh, what a performance, even avoiding the overtime with that last second goal. Team Liquid move to the playoffs as the #1 seed. Oh, what an upset over BDS, over Vitality. Is it even an upset anymore, Crafters? They are so good.
They are utterly fantastic, and I can Danny's on my screen just to my right, and he's grinning with glee here, Boyo. Unbelievable play by Team Liquid. Their team chemistry, their defense. Oh my goodness, could go on for days about them in defense, but Vitality, they did try their best. They played their game to the best of their ability, but they were way too predictable. And Team Liquid, I mean, you've only played two games in the Rocket League esports scene, but man, what an entrance.
You're right, whole dissertation about Team Liquid's defense, it was that good. There's so much to say about it, and I know the Team Liquid guys, the staff there will be so happy that we are doing a viewing party at the moment, supporting their boys, supporting their team, and I'm sure they'll be overjoyed by the result, and well, truly they should be. As Team Liquid, our first team to make it to the playoffs, now Vitality, they head to the lower bracket, awaiting their next opponent. Who will it be? BDS or Team Liquid? We'll be discussing that and finding that out after this break.
It's a lot of shocked faces and stunned silence over here at Rocky Baguette Summer Grand Prix, because Team Liquid have just done what only one person has predicted perfectly, and that is a 3-0 from Team Liquid. Boyo, Craftman, what just happened? How did Coxer be a one-man show again? How did Fruity and Speed make all of this happen? And most importantly one of them all, where has Renault Vitality gone? Craftman?
Oh, do you know? I wouldn't say Cookser was quite a one-man show all by himself. Fruity and Speed played their part beautifully, and it was like I mentioned, they're solid defensive rotations. That's what really won it for them. Whereas for Vitality, it was just the creativity. They were going for infield passes that were getting cut off by Liquid every single time. They couldn't come up with anything else to get past the Liquid defense. They were trying to just go all-out attack, but Liquid's defense was just holding strong like a big great wall, and that's really where Vitality fell down, because they just could not get past Liquid being such a solid team.
Just how much of a difference was Team Liquid from their first game that we saw them today in and this one, Boy?
It was a stark difference, to be totally honest. They were watching backstage and we were discussing it, and we were all very unconfident about the Liquid side, to be honest. They got the win in the end, which I think we're all very happy about. Obviously, we wanted to see Liquid do well, and they did do well. And we wanted the new org do well, avoid the new org curse, and they did do exactly that. But it was a really shaky series against BDS. They had a lot of mistakes. They had a lot of off games. They had those two games, the first and the third, my memory serves me right, where off the kickoff they were 3-0, 2-0 down in the space of about 30 seconds. So to turn that around against Vitality and only concede one goal the whole series is a stark difference and a way better improvement.
Somebody has given Team Liquid the cheat codes, and again, there's one man that's going to be riding that high for the rest of the week. Danny has been dancing in the background. We're watching him as he's doing his little happy dance all this time, and he deserves it. And from what I've heard, the Team Liquid community also already loves him as well, so that's a win-win. And of course, that's a huge win for Team Liquid. That's it, 2 wins. They're through to the playoffs, the very first team to do so. They're seated in the upper bracket, and as such, they are in a perfect position to get as far as their organization wanted them to do. And I feel like if they're going to continue playing like this, then Team Liquid might be for a big gift on their very first birthday over here, or just a birthday period. With them going all the way to the finals. Still, that's going to be much, much later, and I by no means want to curse them, but what a performance, what a turnaround, and what on earth happened with Renault Vitality. We will see Renault Vitality later on today, but first, it's Toblokes versus Team BDS. Toblokes themselves have earlier played against Renault Vitality, and honestly, even then, there was a glimmer of hope for the Toblokes side. We saw Cassia and Flame step up just a little bit. Archie was still doing his own work, and I feel like they're again going to be relying on them. Well, from Team BDS, it was within touching distance as well. We might have not seen this Team Liquid against Renault Vitality, and that matchup could have gone other way. But now, the Toblokes and Team BDS are going to be playing against each other. Boyo, are you feeling like the Toblokes against Renault Vitality? We expected them to lose. Will Team BDS be a different kind of case, or are they going to continue on their roll? We know just how big of a quality team they are.
It's going to frankly be tough for Toblokes, and I think we all knew this group was not going to be fun the moment we saw it. So Toblokes getting sent here was a difficult time to say the least, but I'm gonna instill some faith in the boys. I think that they can take down BDS. BDS, they had a good series against Team Liquid, to be honest. They could have won it. And Monkey Moon, I was saying backstage as well, he's too good at the game. It's not really fair at times, and he's insanely consistent at just being really, really good. So it's going to be a tough one, and BDS definitely have the advantage in terms of that experience under pressure with the Euro Cup, and they do have such an advantage. But I feel like Toblokes can pull it out, and I'm gonna back them to do so.
Oh, that's one for Toblokes, and I'm gonna sit this out on just for a moment. Craftman, are you going with the magic of Monkey Moon, or are you going with that potential quality of Toblokes? Is their time to shine?
Well, I know you were talking about how when Top Blokes were facing Vitality earlier, there was a glimmer of hope, and I mentioned at the start of the show that everyone around Archie, they need to start playing everyone up. So Casio and Flame, they need to step up, and I think I agree with you. I think they did in the Vitality series, but they were still putting a lot on Archie to do a lot, and he just couldn't do it all by himself. Whereas for BDS, when they were taking on Liquid, man, that was a close series. What a unbelievable to go toe to toe with Team Liquid, who just completely swept out Vitality. Obviously didn't know at that time, they were probably just still warming up. That was unbelievable feat. I am, regardless of the Liquid game, I am still going to go with BDS in this one. I think they are the more well put together team. I think Top Blokes still have a lot of issues to work out in advance of RLCSX starting in a couple of weeks. So I'm going to go with BDS just simply because they can work so well as a team, and I think they're going to beat out Top Blokes, especially in their own half.
Well, I've been following the journey of Monkey Moon ever since he was playing on Xeno Moon, and that was the first time that he has shocked me, impressed me, and ever since then I was hoping that he will do great things. So I'm all the way Team BDS, straight from the start of this day and hopefully into the playoffs. There's still a lot hanging on to this. Specifically, this game is the only game today where a team that's going to lose is out of the tournament completely. This is the most crucial match. Any team that moves into the losers final is going to have at least a chance moving to the playoffs. Some of the teams are going to be seated lower, of course, but it's here that one of these teams is going to go home. I will feel for both the teams, whoever that's going to be, but I'm sticking with Team BDS. But let's hear what our wonderful duo of Jay and Bacon is going to say about that. It's them on Casting Desk. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I think we're kind of leaning in a similar direction, to be honest. For me, like taking a look at the way Top Blokes took on Vitality, they did have some potential in their camp, but the main issue was always that syndication and that symmetry to turn an actual victory over to their board, which they really struggled to do except for that one game. And I agree with those points. You know, BDS seemed like a much more built team. I mean, no team goes that far against a team that just swept Vitality and can't have anything, you know, to their name. I think BDS right now with the stronger element coming into this best of 5. Bacon, I know your level of thinking, so I'm imagining you're sort of in a similar sort of mindset.
Yeah, definitely BDS coming into this anyway should be the favorite out of the two. And let me just consult my notes here. Boyo is correct. Monkey Moon is very good at being good. So when you look at that, consistency from BDS is just so much stronger. Top Blokes, like we saw in those 4 games, and it just comes down to the case that they can have some really, really stellar matches, but their series can be a bit wonky at times, and they struggle to keep, you know, that same playstyle working. We've seen them come into this with the addition to Archie just sort of being more aggressive, more all-out attack, but I feel like that's ruined the charm, the old Veloce charm. You know, with Freaky, it worked that they just stuck in defense, grinded it out, and then exploded into attack. Here you don't have that same gameplay style. Their sort of big explosive plays are just all about trying to force their opponents into submission, which when they were going up against Renault Vitality was super hard to do. Coming up against BDS, it's going to be a different story, but I don't think BDS are going to be able to, or at least BDS aren't going to give over that midfield control easy at all. And I think Top Blokes here have got another difficult game in their hands.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people would have put a lot of stock in someone like Archie based on what he's done in the in other tournaments in the bubble scene and such. And I think for them, like it's a move that has a lot of potential, but it is certainly a risky one at that. And I wanted to ask you about like the longevity of this move. Is it going to be one of those moves that, you know, it is going to come to fruition later down the road, or is it just a sort of short-term thing that they're hoping to get results out of in just the first few tournaments before we hit RLCSX?
So it's an interesting one, purely off the back of Archie is only just growing into competitive Rocket League as such. Yes, we've seen him here on the Rocket and of course the Rocket Baguette channels with the other tournaments going on, like Nice Cactus Weeklies and such, but it just comes to that case of real top level, RLCS level. This is all new to Archie, and down the line, he's only going to get better with it. You take a look at Astral, for example, over from that Dignitas side, now, of course, on Oxygen, and how much over time. The very first tournaments he played in, like, he wasn't that fantastic. He wasn't good at all. Many people questioned it. I see a very similar characteristic coming out from Archie and feel like he's only going to get better. This top blokes right now are a team which, if they don't make it through today, I'm not going to be too fussed. You know, they're still top 8 in an all RLCS caliber tournament, and we should be looking about a month or two down the line for where they truly come out.
Yeah, and I mean, for a lot of the teams in this group stage, or in this particular group in particular, like, you know, like we're looking at a sort of like common trend of everybody basically seems to have, like, you know, a bunch of roster moves. Obviously, Liquid having their roster move, and, you know, Organization move with that. Top blokes with their move from Archie, and BDS, of course, bringing in a controversial third. And I say controversial because a lot of people sort of believe that this roster was just sort of like really well balanced by the time they got their auto promotion. So, like, you know, was the extra move a good call in that respect for BDS?
So you're right. The movement of PlayX, no one saw coming outside of the team, clearly. And you look at it right now, Extra anyway on AS Monaco last season, you'd be thinking, well, they've just been relegated, but he's going to get picked up by an RLCS team. It was just a question of who. BDS, no one really thought it would be them, but turns out they like what Extra's got, and that's consistency, Jay. We saw him earlier on today. Extra clearly a very, very strong player for BDS, and one that can really hold up the midfield as well as the defense, because BDS always have been strong in the attack. Defense can be a bit lackluster, which is just very typical of what used to be, you know, that heavy Spanish style of Rocket League with Mark Boyoroyo and ClayX. So bringing in Extra transitions it more towards that sort of French Rocket League that you see from teams like, well, Oxygen and Renault Vitality, where you're trying to hold the whole field. You're not scared to bring it back into defense if your attack's not working. You're not afraid to just full out into attack, and it gives them more versatility, I feel like.
Yeah, I can see where that comes from, and in terms of this particular match, obviously it's move v move. So, like, you know, who do you think made the stronger move out of BDS and top blokes?
I see, that's a hard one, because I feel like
that's why I asked you it, mate.
the previous,
I'm not going to answer that question.
Yeah, you're not touching that. Like, too scared. What a wimp. But out of the previous sort of style for Vloche, I think that it was only a matter of time before teams had properly cracked it. It was always just an annoying playstyle to work up against. And I mean, I famously go down the record of just saying Veloce should not be that good, but they just always skirt on by. I looked into it, and yeah, it did come down from that playstyle, but it felt like it was only, like I said, a matter of time until someone cracked it. So this, for me, bringing in Archie, giving them one very, very strong attacker, sort of puts them on the same playing field as the other teams in the RLCS. So whilst I don't think they're a top 6 team, they could contest, and, well, we know if this match goes well for them, they are through to the top 6.
Yeah, and I consider that to be a pretty big upset for BDS. You know, obviously being the team that you know, went so far in the Euro Cup and you know, beat some big names, as you mentioned. You know, they could have had a chance to beat Liquid for a 3rd time in a row, and that would have been a hell of an impressive result given what we've already seen from them. So for top blokes, like, the cards are stacked against them. At the very least, they have a moment's respite to figure out their game plan going into this one. Right now, for those of you who may be wondering why we're delayed in bringing this matchup, we've got some tech issues for, I believe, Monkey Moon at the moment. He's just sorting himself out. We've got 5 more minutes to resolve on that one. I think the rulebook then states that they lose the game or the series. I forget. Okay, they can bring in a sub, so never mind. I'm going all the way to the extreme end of the
BDS sub? Should we talk about that?
Let's go for it. Let's talk about that.
All I can see, like, marked on down for them would be their coach, Kerr, who I've never actually seen play in a tournament. So I'm a little bit inquisitive to it. We know Nachitao stepped on him for Fusion. Would they be calling upon his services once again? I would be, and it's GCR coming on in, who again is actually a very talented Spaniard as well. So I could see him fitting in quite well here. Mark Bay definitely knowing what he can do, and I've seen him in a couple of online matches with Monkey. So it would just be that sort of extra connection, what would go on there. But GCR should be able to handle this as a sub-in, and I wouldn't be too worried about that. That, of course, would weaken them naturally, but GCR would be an unknown aspect and act more like a wild card, which we know, Jay, in tournaments can actually bring you a massive boon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember GCR from back during the bubble scene days when we were doing stuff like Renegade Cup, for example, and him being like part of that. Was he part of ARG at the time, or? There was two Spanish rosters. One was ARG. There was another one. I think Clarex was part of the other one back then. But you know, they sort of like traded blows back and forth between them during the Renegade Cups. I remember that rivalry.
You're right.
It was ARG. Okay. Yeah. Well, basically, him being part of that roster and where they've been. I mean, technically, that would sort of like be the descendancy of this BDS side. So you know, there's always that much. And certainly that extra little bit of consistency and chemistry would fit in a sub role. But if they do have to sub him in, that's going to take away like a pretty big member of that roster. Monkey Moon is no slouch. You know, like he's always been one. Again, as it was mentioned on the desk, he's always been one of those guys that can be extremely good in all of his rosters, whether that be Xenomoon or Team BDS. You know.
Yeah, and like we said, well, we were singing his praises. Basically, he's consistent at being really good. So that's something. He's the core to this team. And when I remember Monkey Moon moving on to ARG back in the day, everyone was going, "Why are you breaking up the Spanish side, bringing in Monkey Moon?" And it worked. ARG now are off the back to him, and everyone's a little bit cynical of him again with his personality, trying to change up this team. But that's because he's got the drive to make it through to the RLCS, which has worked now, and of course make it into that World Championship level. And Monkey Moon is going to be probably the biggest part to this team losing. Is he is the core of the team. He's the one that all works around, and Mark Bay alongside Extra sort of just have to follow suit behind him. Extra, of course, like I said, working out that defense, being the main factor there, as well as holding up the midfield, trying to just basically feed the ball downfield to Monkey or Mark by 8. So that's going to be an interesting aspect there, because they will definitely, I feel anyway, feel like they need to go more defensive to try and, you know, hold off a little bit more, as their pace up in attack won't be so aggressive. But GCR, if you remember him, he is a very aggressive player. So it's all sort of like boggling the mind right now, because you don't, when you're in an uncertain scenario, you just want to take it as a one-goal game. You know, you just want to play the safest you can. But the best way this team could play is just Spanish Bim Bam, basically.
Yeah, and I mean, it can work. It can work pretty confidently against a number of different playstyles. Although I feel like that with GCR stepping into the fold, we'll be going like, you know, a step back in certain cases. Again, this used to be the guy that teamed with these guys, and you know, you make roster moves for a reason. Most of those reasons are because, you know, you've been figured out. You're now a known entity, and you know players know how to play against you. So, you know, I'm not suggesting that this squad in Top Blokes will know exactly what they're doing to try and counteract him. I mean, that could certainly be a shock to the system, which could be a surprise factor in the other direction. You know, there's a lot of what ifs. I think if we have to bring in someone like Mark Baguette, which is part of the reason why I'm hoping that they actually can get Monkey Moon's situation sorted. I'm being told, however, that they're about ready to go for this one, Bacon. Ooh. Monkey is in, so therefore we have the main rosters. Therefore, I'm still on the BDS hype train. I'm assuming you're on the same wavelength as well.
Yeah, BDS should have this. Let's hope there's no issues for Monkey throughout the whole of it. But yeah, BDS should be able to take this one. I mean, very recently, back during the Euro Cup, 10K, BDS beat Top Blokes. Don't get me wrong, BDS were absolute monsters throughout the entirety of that tournament, turning up in the end and winning it. But they 3-0'd this current squad in this current formation. That's massive.
It's about to be a big old time. This is what we think. Awkward kickoffs coming through for the opening game. Oh, it's not live. Okay. My bad.
Okay.
I was laying under the impression that we were going into the game right there. Okay, never mind. So, still a moment's respite before we jump into the matchup there. Massive breakdown in communication. Of course, everything's going wrong as it always does in any Rocket League tournament. But yeah, no. Everything is looking pretty peachy right now for BDS, I feel like.
Yeah, and yeah, we're just hopping on into the pitch. Players are now ready to go. Top Blokes, Jay, they, for me anyway, now have the advantage of being able to go away and watching that BDS game. And we saw Rams in chat earlier. I think he's going to be talking to the guys. And this is a team which I'm expecting right now to come up with a plan, to come up with strats, and get this underway as we hop onto the pitch right now. That's a brilliant little win by Monkey Moon and Extra. Damn!
All right, that's a start. praised Monkey Moon and Extra so much in that pre-game. Great kickoff, great dribble, great goal to start things off for BDS, get themselves inserted onto the right foot. 3 seconds into this one, and BDS have found themselves an opener. Top blokes looking to go and respond here off the back of the second kickoff. Extra and Cassio challenging alongside Flame and marked by 8 and sideboard control. Cassio passing into Archie. Oh, what a screamer, but it's too wide. The Monkey Moon just ensures it goes no further than that post. Just denied on the BDS defense here.
I think we're in for a fun series here, Jay, with the Rocket League that is being laid down right now. Monkey Moon kept away by Archie. Beautiful stuff. And Extra being able to hold down the midfield line, so you can definitely see, like I said, BDS will not give up that midfield line. They'll wait for a moment. Interesting of Extra there to try and force in a touch, also just sideswipe and maybe get an attacker. The back pass by Monkey Moon, naturally clever, try and keep it under control, and BDS always play a super possessive playstyle off that ball.
Extra challenging for the centre field. And marked by 8. Passing off towards Monkey Moon. Archie will take it away to the backboard, looking for a double tap. As Monkey taking it out. Extra challenge successfully by Flame. That's in a dangerous predicament, but being out Cassio to ensure that he does not get his strike back. It's a rotation coming in from the top blokes. Shot downfield from Archie, returned all the same. That bump almost shoving Flame out of the way, but that ball's still in a dangerous position. Extra going to look for his redirect. Marked by 8, puts it close to the target, too high. Denied by Cassio and Flame on their own defensive touches. It's Monkey Moon coming in. Cassio passing outfield. Archie in position to receive it. Oh, a passing link up for great measure. Monkey Moon going to get returned the favour for a second.
Cassio down to center. That is a sin if I've ever seen one, Jay. You don't put it back into the middle naturally. There is going to be one of the lads of BDS waiting there, because if the ball naturally goes into middle, he's going to contest that and get the chance of the shot. He's also trying to cover that last man back in net, so that all comes down to top blokes panicking, and rightfully so after getting so pressured into their own half. I thought it was going to be a bit of a slowdown, but what a throw to the middle.
Marked by 8 off that backboard into the centre line, off to the corner once again. Flame pass into Archie. Extra takes that away. Flame up, 34 points of boost. Mark can contest it. Demo in from Mark on towards Archie. It's thrown a little bit too far wide. No redirect coming in. Extra still tries for his chance. And the back line disrupted. The 3-0 now. BDS making light work in his first game.
And this is scary. Cassio, not quick enough to respond there, and you just feel bad. He has been fantastic in defense all night long, and just does not have the boost or the length of car to reach that one. Top blokes, halfway into this game. Jay, if you can get 3 in the first half, you can get 3 in the second half, but this is looking like a challenge.
Ball off the backboard, Extra passing out to Mark by 8. Cassio into the centre line, and Flame takes it back downfield. Monkey, the sideboard. Mark coming in. Try and control with Monkey putting it out to the midfield line, or at least he tries to. Again, Cassio going to contest it. Flame with a chance on the backboard. Cassio repositioned as well to recover off that backboard play, but it's taken away by Mark by 8. Extra now coming out of midfield with a severe lack of boost and no real pads he can use to pick any more up. He will still get a touch in that sets up Mark for a challenge. Monkey Moon against Flame to the left-hand side of the field. Extra will look for a touch. He'll get 1 and 2. Cassio just contesting, but very little boost here on the top bloke's defensive. Flame coming out, 14 points left in his tank just to get a clear away here.
Yeah, and when you look at BDS, they're not actually really pressuring the boost. It's just top blokes are quite inefficient at the moment, and they really need to pick that up. Archie hero clearance, fine. Extra will send it back, so it comes down. Archie, do you pick up the boost in the middle, which he just did? Now teammates try and spread on out. Top blokes gain as much ground as you can, try and gain the macro of the game and take control of the pitch, but they just can't get anything going. They're not going for interceptions. They're not really contesting.
A really good goal there for Monkey and Extra. Well placed again. The whole defensive thrown off. And top blokes I mean, you hoped for a really good opening game, but as soon as we got that first little transition from back and forth, suddenly it all just fell apart for the orange half of the field.
You say that's a good goal, Jay. Yes, was well worked. But there was no defender inside. The last one, Casio, was covering the back post. Naturally, because he should be covering that. And he couldn't reach across to get it. He had two teammates that were just, I don't know, picking daisies. Top blokes right now are just, I don't know, still in warm-up mode, maybe.
Compare that to the last series, and it looks a very different team right now. Link-up's not connecting here in the offensive half. Again, misposition from the pass upfield. And 30 seconds remain to score 4 goals. I think we all know this one may be over here. Good shot actually comes out from Flame, which is pretty respectable there with a passing field, but it is 1 for 4 here.
Yeah, I like that 1-2 coming between Flame and Casio. Well saw up ahead, so that should bode well for the future. Just they've got to keep that up, that foresight downfield, which they did have in spades against Vitality. You know, they were going head-to-head, seeing them out, being able to get so many interceptions, and it just makes you think right now, why can they not do it here? And it's just because they've cooled off. They clearly are just starting to ramp up into it, so game 2, hopefully, will be a much better affair for top blokes.
Pretty stunning attempts coming out from the top blokes, but again, they've all come in the last few seconds of the game, so gotta look to game 2 to try and bring that impressiveness to the table. BDS 4-1 up to start though. That stat line, that score line, it does not sing of amazing things right now for the ex-Veloce camp.
Yeah, and again, some of the key important stats which I was talking about, stuff like, you know, time in the air, speed, boost consumption, it just rings true that BDS weren't actually stopping or, you know, trying to counter-attack top blokes. They weren't nullifying them, they weren't halting them. They were just better in every single aspect, and top blokes should be able to crank it up. At the moment, like I said, they're still in that warm-up mode. Here, going into game 2, they should be able to fire on all cylinders, and top blokes are quite often the team that should be counter-stratting. And you look at Team BDS, with the sheer amount of boost that they're using, like just look straight to extra right there. If you try and nullify them, they're going to slow down. They won't be able to get the demos like they did before, and then it should be a much easier case for top blokes to be able to then outspeed them, because when you look at BDS, it all comes from the speed.
It absolutely does, and the speed they're playing at right there was just, you know, it was just, you know, lightning fast, I think, at certain points. And yeah, they did look pretty lightning fast on the top bloke side, you know, again, with those shots coming out from Flame and Archie. But, you know, they needed a little bit more of that, and they needed it to come out early. And again, the same issues I was seeing from that Vitality series have been cropping up here in the first game of this matchup. And that is concerning for top blokes, because they need to bring more than their A game against a team like this. You know, again, to highlight that Liquid result, that was almost a victory. We could have been seeing them in that winners match against Vitality if BDS had got a couple of different plays right. So, you know, for top blokes, the challenge continues to get harder and harder from here. And as you mentioned, they were warming up. So I'm hoping that from here on out, we start to see a bit more confidence coming out from them.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is a team which have shown time and time again that they're RCS caliber, so they should know how to turn this around right now. These teams are hopping back into the lobby just to test it on out, see if we're happy with this before we get into the game. I'm just, yeah, a little bit stunned, but it's a best of 5. You can throw it away. I'm just I don't want to make any early comments, you know, because if you, it's just a fool's errand to call a team out after the first game. Anything can happen. I mean, we've seen massive comebacks within this tournament even. So just let it happen. Game 2, that's when we make our proper decisions of where to go from here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a common thing in Rocket League. Sometimes that first game is just the burner game to get players warmed up, or otherwise to get a read onto what the opposition's doing. So for top blokes, maybe that's the case for them. Maybe they're just sort of working on things to figure out how they're going to try and beat out BDS. Probably because they know they're at the disadvantage. So, you know, go from there and try and figure out how you swing into games 2 and 3. So, you know, opportunities presenting themselves. But if you were in their shoes, what are the main things you're going to be focusing on for this second game?
Well, if it's 4 top blokes, it is quite simple, Jay. Just bring in those 50-50 once again. Make BDS uncomfortable. BDS were way too free throughout that game. No team trying to stop each other out. BDS need to be slowed down. So, top blokes, go for those 50-50s. When you're in the ball, slow it down for those dribbles. Archie, resume those aerial drags through the air. Just make it uncomfortable. Keep full possession of the ball and don't allow BDS to really get much of it. Boost is probably going to be a second factor, with BDS will try and counter-strat through that, so let them keep their backline boost. Don't worry too much about that. Take the middles, of course, and try and hold that midfield line. But top blokes, it's got to be all focused on keeping control of that ball.
Well, game 2 going live here as Flame kicks off over in the defensive half. Top blokes return off to BDS in the early part of the things, and Flame actually bounces off that corner ball, trying to set up Archie for a good goal. He's too far back, and the defensive is too highly compressed here for BDS. A couple of balls set up here. The midfield return, however, from the blue side camp. Monkey Moon coming straight in for a quick play off the backboard, leaving it for MarkBoyATM to go in for a second touch on that backboard. Extra having to force back on the rotation right here as top blokes are playing pretty quickly here. Not quick enough to get the goals in, and a couple of returns from BDS do look dangerous and awkward here. Top blokes better be on position to read where this ball's going, else they're going to be in for a really rough time. There's Extra almost proved right there with another from midfield double touch.
I don't know if Flame is just lucky there or if he knew. MarkBoyATM kicked out once again by Casio. Tons of balls just being bounced back into the middle. Missed there. Extra will finish it off. Again though, top blokes have picked up the speed, but have no idea where they're placing this ball.
What a touch from Extra as well, just to send that ball screaming into the right-hand side of the net. A 1-0 start for BDS, just past that minute marker here. Top blokes already on the struggle, and they're trying to see if they can contest against this backline and backboard, but returns and the touches. Oh, look at this from MarkBoyATM. Shot from a 50-50 to bring 2 on the board.
Extra past Archie like it was nothing, and MarkBoyATM plays Casio like a fiddle. That is stumping Caps.
2-0. And I mean, based on the way that that game has gone from the first outset and how well BDS have played here in game 2 just to start, like, how much hope do we really have right now for top blokes? And I'm recognizing it is the early doors,
He's
but
like
look
that
at the
from Flame.
shots.
What's he trying to do with that ball? Straight now, he's knocking it down the ground, easy from Monkey Moon to pick up. What is the plan here? It just looks like a solo standard game to me, Jay. I don't want to be a negative commentator right now, but top blokes are giving me nothing to be proud or even pleased with.
You can see the touches coming out there on the offensive half, easily contested by BDS and pushed away by Extra as he tried to find his clear. Good link up, Flame on target. 2 players committing to the defense, but they take it into a position where top blokes can't seem to punish on that. MarkBoyATM trying to take it even further outfield. The pressure starting to ramp up here for the orange side of the field. Extra challenge to the midfield line. Mark and Monkey going to get back out of dodge, trying to dunk it underneath Flame in this one. Casio pushing out towards Extra. Extra back to MarkBoyATM. The link up again comes through. Third player coming up. Here comes Monkey Moon going down. Triple commit just gets the ball out of the way, but they are really struggling and scrambling to get something out here.
I will say as well, super cheeky by MarkBoyATM to linger in the box there, expecting the ball come down. And that is just sheer disrespect towards top blokes, because top blokes haven't, you know, shown up to the challenge just yet. Tons of attacks, one after the other coming out from BDS, and it was only a matter of time before they got the third.
Trying to lean into that left-hand field and not to be here from the defender. Extra. Another goal for BDS. And this is looking a lot like game 1 did, Bacon, I'm not gonna lie.
This is looking a lot like a 3-0.
It is. I mean, not just on the game board, but on the series board as well. And top blokes, I mean, they're looking so lost on this field right now. So lost. I don't know what's gone on here or why they're being so easily pushed back into the back line. but BDS are happy to just exploit it here.
Exactly. This is a better idea. Straight over the Casio. It's the crossbar kept on out, but a much better idea. Good block out coming through there as well on the defense. But Archie just trying to stall up in the air. I like it. Flame, not quite sure what he's thinking with that. He's not confident. But at least they're linking up. That's all I can say.
Then you get a bit more complex, I feel like. Try to see if they can bait in the BDS defensive to make a mistake. None of that passing stuff in the infield and outfield is really going to work out with a defensive this strong. A minute to go. 3-0 still for game 2. Top blokes. Extra and Mark going for shots down off the backboard. Here comes Monkey to finish off the job. It is going to get pushed out by the defensive Flame. Now pass out towards Archie, who takes it off to the right-hand side into the open space. And can't connect a second touch against Extra, who challenges, booms it right back down. 2 players missing off the backboard. Puts it right in front of the net.
Why would they double commit?
Net. 4-0 now for BDS.
And this just shows how broken top blokes are right now. Flame should have been able to see Casio on that work. Instead, he dives on in, doesn't even get a touch, is completely useless in that scenario. And that, I mean, is a telling sign of a team defeated if I've ever seen one. I don't want to be biased towards Team BDS at all, but top blokes, this is night and day different from what we've seen earlier. Sure, they'll get a goal there. Well done, Casio, but you still need 3 more to even tie it up.
Yeah, no, this is still a tough graft. A tough graft here from the remaining top blokes line here. I mean, I don't even know what else to say from this one. Like, this has just been an absolute blowout. Looking likely for a 2-0. That one return sure is great, but look at how quickly BDS get back on the offensive. They need a good start above all else. They can't wait until the last few minutes or the last minute of the game to turn up the heat here on the orange half. The final 10 seconds confirms what you already know. A 2-0 now for the Border BDS. Match point against top blokes. And they haven't even broken a sweat doing it here.
Yeah. Well, BDS are playing very well right now. But you sort of attribute that to not being contested so much. We'll say, and one thing you've got to look at right there is that midfield line being held by BDS. Whenever there was an interception up in the air, Jay, ball bouncing back down to earth, BDS were always able to get a touch on it before it even touched the ground once again. And that's because their rotations are so on point. They've always got 2 lads ready, one up close underneath the player, or at least swooping in to be underneath that player, sort of to fill in that last role where he was. Quite good for if there's a close ball that's just sort of spilled out. And then there's also the second lad who's quite out wide, but also far enough, generally at a tangent, 90 degrees from it, so he can go back into defense if it's needed. BDS have just got everything under their control, and that's how they're able to have sort of like a windmill effect, should we say, where they just keep on rotating. Answers for top blokes right now. Demo 1 straight away. That should make that rotation a little bit more awkward. Again, not the concrete answer, I'd say. But also just then try and keep the ball towards yourselves. Keep it in closer. These big hits downfield are easily getting picked up and then sent right back to them. Just top blokes currently aren't actually changing up their play style. You saw them there try and, I guess, put it back into their corners as much as you could, but that was it. They didn't have a teammate back there to be able to clear it out, so it's just straight down to the corner, and then once again, picked up by BDS.
Well, top blokes, a lot of adjustments to be made here in game 3, else BDS will completely decimate them here. Leave them out of the running for the top positions. Shots coming in already from the orange box, Extra and Co. Betting up for even more! No! What? What?
A moment of silence. That was needed. So that could be right there. The hopes of top blokes in this tournament done and dusted. After coming in through the qualification stages, Jay, through that match earlier against Vitality where they were commendable, it all crumbles here. And I hate to say it, I want to see top blokes come back. I want a game 5. Naturally, you always do in Rocket League. But do top blokes want it? That is the bigger question.
But right now, they're not showing me that they do. I don't think they're showing you that they do either. 1-0, and still 4 minutes of pain to go, it seems. If that was the statement of checking out of this game and this matchup overall, and there's a lot more to come out of this from BDS. Extra up in the orange half inside the danger box as Monkey comes forward with a lack of boost, but still controls the ball, sets it up for Mark by 8. A couple of good challenges coming through. Archie high to the right-hand side, Flame on, extra with a block, and Mark by 8 to follow suit with a bit more momentum on the chase downfield. Got Cassio to beat. Does insert himself into the pass out to Monkey Moon, but no shots to be taken by BDS. They are pushed back into their half. Archie with a good play, but Mark by 8 there to take it away.
Yeah, again, readable there from Archie. Better ideas, but you need more of them to come through. We know shot statistics, Jay. 30% shot to goal conversion is a good stat, and yeah, that just means you need more put down. Archie bringing it close to the good idea. There's finally Cassio over here, but wide of net, and now that attack is broken on down. That was it. They had 10 seconds of attack, and then they're back into their own half. They need more persistence. They need pressure.
Mark shot taken away, ball back up high off the backboard. Archie's got to push that out of field. Cassio got to chase it downfield. Mark by 8 pushing it into Monkey's position, and Cassio just can't catch up to the ball. So Monkey takes it underneath. Oh, Monkey! Not quite. Cassio just blocks it. Extra puts it on for even more pressure. Mark by 8 coming around with the 100 boost at the midfield, off the ceiling, dribble up. Can't get a second touch in, but will still take it away from top blokes who haven't had ball possession for the past 10 seconds. Taken away by Flame and Cassio. Not from the corner, bounce out, just denied there on the 50-50s, and the defensive of top blokes is left to hang in there just by a thread for a little bit longer. As more shots come in, it just doesn't look to get easier.
Cassio doesn't have boost, he can't put the power behind it. Monkey Moon can put that out wide. Flame just still trying to run it. They need to, instead of just running straight towards NetJ, again, keep it to themselves. Use width right now. Pull those defenders out, because they're continuously attacking 1v2. And that is not going to get them anywhere. We'll say though, the defense has picked on up the top blokes. Still within 1 right now. If they can just get a goal, hopes once again rise.
Oh, with that boom back downfield here, so the timer continues to tick and they still have a goal to make up. It is a single goal, it's not like previous games here, but it's still behind. They could still lose this series and sweep. Cassio passing out to the midfield. Archie can't receive it, so it's pushed back to Cassio's position in the corner. Flame an extra challenging, a bounce up from the corner will contest now. Archie comes forward. Puts that ball high off the backboard, looking for a second touch. Monkey Moon says, nah, not today. Cassio looks to control in the backline. Oh, pinch missed as well. That could prove to be very awkward as Flame couldn't get his shot back downfield. Top blokes are really, really struggling here. 30-second gong sounding. Cassio goes on the backboard, extra with a big miss, but Mark by 8 is there to maintain control, put it further out of position. That ball dangerously centered up to the box, but also out of position and out of control of the top blokes. The pass upfield, Cassio back to Archie, putting it off to the left-hand side of the net into that corner's position. Extra and Mark getting back out backboard play. Mark by 8 looking for a shot back on, but time's ticking. Last little countdown. Cassio got to keep this ball alive. Mark by 8 will do him a bit of a favor, but no one else can take control. 3-0. 3-0 for BDS. Not a challenge, not a contest. Top blokes going out of the group stage in last place with a Peter rather than an explosion.
Yeah, I think after that one, not going to be wanting to wear those bowlers and monocles for a little while. It's going to sting. And realistically, and it's the harsh truth of it, they're going to be asking themselves what went wrong. As you feel deflated after that one, Jay, don't you? As a team,
you really do.
That we've seen today can play well. They've got to this stage off their own back, and just to drop it, a mere shadow of their former selves. And everyone that's a Top Blokes fan in chat, I feel bad for them because they turned up to watch some great Rock League. Maybe that chance to go through to the next stage. And like we said, Top Blokes, they barely showed up to the server. It is mind-boggling.
I've got nothing, man. Like, I'm really disappointed in that one. Like, that could have been such a good series. I mean, when you've got two teams that are on the verge of survival, you know, they've both got to beat each other in order to stay alive and get a chance at the playoffs. You would have hoped that there would have been some level of contest there, but just, man, that's just frustrating to see. And again, deflating, as you mentioned. So it is what it is at the end of the day, and BDS will be moving forward to take on Vitality in our decider match of the group stage. Both teams will be going forward to the playoffs, but only one will have the honor of making their way into the upper bracket. So join us after this very short break. We will have our final series of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Rocket Baguette Summer Grand Prix Draft Jam here with Jay and Bacon. And that was somewhat unexpected. While the predictions, at least my prediction, of course, was in favor of Team BDS, the play was somehow not what we expected. I saw a lot of, okay, top blokes, then what? Bacon, same thing?
Oh yeah, definitely. It is to the point of like, you know, just my top blokes drawing, just get off with that. Because it just is so mind-shattering how a team that been renowned to always take it to the biggest talent, to be able to, you know, even in season 8, sorry, take down Renault Vitality, and here they couldn't even, I don't know, connect a pass or two. It was just mind-boggling and really, you know, it's one of those I'm not angry, I'm disappointed phases where you just expect so much more from these lads.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. I'm just kind of disappointed, to be honest. Like, you know, we hope that top blokes would be able to put up a good fight. I think a lot of us had BDS down to, you know, win it, obviously, and we thought it would still be a good match because top blokes did go quite a fair distance against Vitality, but it just felt like none of that came to the fold here. None of that came to fruition. We never saw any, you know, semblance of a team at certain points. You know, like all the issues that they had against the Vitality Vitality in that series that cost them the series overall were just amplified threefold. Like I saw so many missed positions, so many awkward passes, so many times they got intercepted by the opposition side. Like I don't know, man. Like, I would have hoped that the break would have given them a chance to mentally reset and figure out where they go from here, but just not to be.
Well, that was the top blokes, but just how good was Team BDS? And specifically, how just good was one specific man, Extra, the new player on the roster, triple MVP, 6 goals. He must be playing out of his mind. Performance of his lifetime, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you got a new player like Extra and a consistent player like him, you're expecting consistency. You know, I was thinking you're expecting quite also a honeymoon period as well when you bring him in for the first time. And for BDS, you know, many would have thought their honeymoon period is over thanks to their win during the Euro Cup, but clearly it's going a bit further than even that. Right now they are really on fire. That looked really, really good. You know, I think especially in games 1 and 2 where they were like really like try-harding it and figuring out like we've got to really take the fight to top blokes. Like, you know, they look so coordinated and consistent, and Extra was sort of leading the charge in that respect. And for Big Matt to come into the roster, be the new best element, like that's fantastic.
I'm getting the exact same feeling, and well, more of the hope to them. And this is one of the reasons I might be backing them in the next matchup. But for now, it is what it is. Top blokes unfortunately going home again. As we mentioned, this was the only match today in which the loser actually gets knocked out of the tournament. We're reducing this group down to 3 players, and top blokes were the unfortunate cut. But Team BDS will be happy that they're definitely going into the playoffs. Now the question is, they're going to be a top seed or a bottom seed, and Renault Vitality in their way. Maybe earlier today I would have said no chances. Right now I'm saying, you know what? There's potentially a chance. Bacon. Team BDS on the roll versus Renault Vitality that had just been given the biggest slap on their face.
So remember at the start of the day where I said Renault Vitality always drop once, and here and now we've just seen that up against Liquid, who really played well in that series against Vitality. So right now I'm expecting Vitality with the bounce back, especially since I feel like there's that case of BDS are playing with passion, where they came through because it was a do or die scenario. You know, BDS are already through to the weekend. They're through to Saturday, through to the playoffs. So now that sort of backed into the corner vibe has fizzled out a little bit. And going up against Vitality, I think it's going to be the same old, same old. Vitality have never lost to BDS, and I don't expect that pattern, that streak, to end here today.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go on. No, by all means.
Gentlemen's agreement over here at the desk. But Jay, Renault Vitality has definitely been missing at least one of their players. Fairy Peak doesn't seem like he has shown up today. We've seen quite a lot of action from Alpha and K-Dop, but Fairy Peak is somehow nowhere to be seen. Are they just not utilizing them correctly? And that's a weird thing to say about Renault Vitality, has been together for such a long time. Is he just having an off day? Where is Fairy Peak?
Well, honestly, like, I'm not sure if they're not, if it's not, I don't think it's a case of them not utilizing him correctly. It's more a case of, I don't know, just he's not quite he's not quite with it today, like in the same sort of sense that we would expect out of a player like Fairy Peak. You know, like, he's still a very good player, but just, you know, I think that part of the reason why they lost to Liquid earlier today was part of the fact that he wasn't getting as involved as he really wanted to be. You know, I mean, the complexion of the team most certainly is not Alpha and K-Dop being the forward players. It's usually K-Dop and Fairy Peak, with Alpha playing a bit more support. Alpha had to step up and completely change the complexion of the entire team to try and get them past the line there in their first series, and in the second series, obviously Liquid exploited that in whole. So yeah, he is a missing element for Renault Vitality, and it's part of the reason why I think a lot of people, it wouldn't be too far out of the realm of possibility to consider a team like BDS being able to go the distance against them. Yes, pound for pound, they are on the back foot, but I do believe that Renault Vitality are missing one of their key elements.
They definitely.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Jam. They definitely are missing out Fairy, because he is needed in that attack so much. You look at K-Dop and Alpha, their predominant area at any rate is the midfield. They can get into the attack, sure, but Fairy sort of like is the lad that's trying to link up that midfield and defense anyway to the attack. Because notice how Vitality maneuver themselves around the pitch is fully through passes. When you look at them in defense, whenever they save a ball on net, it's pushed out to the corner. In the corner is generally Fairy, who can take it down the wall, and then he passes off to either K-Dop or Alpha. And so not having that connection, you saw Alpha have to do a lot of solo runs to get it downfield, which meant there was not a second man ready to finish it off. And Vitality, it was like they're missing a cog in the machine, and hence, because of that, they just could not work.
That's exactly how it was feeling right now on the field. We saw Vitality helpless in defensive rollouts in the midfield, and that lost them games, that lost them possession, lost them just the overall control. Well, Team Liquid done well to recognize that, to utilize that, but I'm pretty sure that Moot is currently telling Renault Vitality, you know what to do. You have been doing this for so many times. Just go out there and do it. This is your chance to. Again, this is not for a win. This is just for seeding, but you have to redeem yourself right now. So, Jay, I'll have to ask you, Renault Vitality or Team BDS?
Even though I literally just made the biggest counter argument to Vitality, I'm still going to go ahead and pick Vitality because I do feel like the pound for pound nature of these two rosters still equates to, I think, a better team overall for that Vitality camp. Like, they're still a very good team, and I think that they're going to have enough to push it past the edge. I think it'll still be a close series. I wouldn't be surprised if one of us picked BDS on this table, but for me, I'm all aboard the Vitality hype train.
Bacon?
Me, I reckon, yeah, it's got to be Vitality. Like I said, I'm confident that this is their one slip up in the entirety of the Summer Grand Prix. I reckon Fairy Peak's just gone away, given his doggo, I think it's Ika, a couple of cuddles, is going to be fueled with energy to come back into this. And I'm going to put this at a 3-1 to Vitality.
Liquid, we saw them absolutely dominate, so I think this is going to be a very close match, and I agree with the guys from this. I think this could go all 5 games.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. And I feel like the exact same way that Jar Jam is feeling, because as a Rocket League supporter, you just know that Vitality is a nuts team that always performs. However, you have Team BDS, who is on an absolute roll, who just steamrolled through their last opposition, and then Vitality getting swept for the first time, I looked it up, since the 17th of November. That is 8 months without being swept. I mean, there's only a few losses in there as well, but that's got to do something with your mentality.
That's a stat and a half. Yeah, that's got to be really thinking on, or really weighing on the minds of the Vitality guys. And obviously, I called them one of the two titans of the European scene, Vitality, alongside Dignitas, who have had a dominating run the last year or two in this scene. But BDS, I mentioned it earlier, their run through the rival series was unparalleled. They were absolutely phenomenal, but now bringing in extra, it has given them an extra little wrinkle, pardon the pun, in their offense. He's working very well in favor of KlayX. And like I said earlier, I think BDS, they are a team that are here to stay and to make a statement in the top level of Rocket League competition.
Oh, for sure. And it always surprises me when these seemingly random pickups just seem to work so well, because if you'd ask me whether KlayX should have been removed or should have been replaced, I would have 100% said no, because the team was meshing up well, but the addition of Extra just seemed to be doing more or less the same thing, but better. And I'm an absolute fan of getting him onto the roster, even though Extra wasn't even the most impressive player on the previous team, if you were to ask me.
Certainly so. And I mean, I mentioned earlier when he was, who was it he was playing for last year? I think I mentioned this earlier. It was
AS Monaco with
AS Monaco. Yeah, he again, that was a team who went 0-9 in the RLCS, and Extra again, that team just did not look anywhere near as good as we expected them to. But now Extra in this role in BDS, he looks absolutely phenomenal. But flipping it over to the Vitality side for just a second here, Joessi. What I mean, you mentioned the against Liquid. That's their first sweep. When did you say? Since November of 20... When was that?
Yeah, 17 November 2019, which was the European finals for the RLCS Season 8.
9 months ago.
Yeah, against Reciprocity. That was still back with Scrub. So this is actually the first time they've gotten swept with Alpha on the roster.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. And obviously, like I mentioned during the Liquid series, that Vitality just seemed devoid of any great creativity. They were going for the same infield passes. Alpha was going for the same flip reset shots, and Liquid was just cutting them off every single time. Do you think BDS can do a similar sort of thing?
I think so, because it is all down to that creativity from Alpha in offense. That is the main strength from Vitality, and it's just K-Dop and Veripeak basically playing around Alpha, allowing him to do what he wants, allowing that creative freedom. Whereas on the side of BDS, you have more of a team effort. And we saw that in the first few series in the starts of today as well, where they're always looking for these team plays. They're always looking to pass it to each other in offense, and it's really catching Renault Vitality off guard. In the beginning, I didn't like the fact that they were given a lot of space to Team Liquid, but as soon as they got their own type of play going, they looked super strong.
Yeah, and obviously both of these teams who have played Liquid today, earlier BDS took Liquid all 5 games, and it really seemed like BDS had some kind of a roll on. So me in this game, I am going to pick BDS in this one. I think this one will go all 5 games though. Vitality are going to play these guys right down to the wire, right down to the bone. And I think BDS will come away with with the win just in the end, because they're an up and coming roster. They're like I said, they're so good in the rival series. Now coming into the RLCS and Season X as well, with all this 32 team Swiss bracket, regional events, and all this kind of stuff, which is exciting in itself. I think in the next couple of weeks, especially here, Joessi, I think BDS are going to establish themselves as probably one of the top teams in the European region.
I think they could definitely have a contention for that top 4 spot, and I think that they basically proved that it wasn't a fluke, that 10k, because they are so strong. And Do you know, like up until an hour or two ago, I would have said you were insane for picking Team BDS over Renault Vitalik Butti, but I literally have the same tendency.
Yeah, I mean, one series can really swing your opinion on a team, and I mean, I was expecting maybe I was probably expecting Liquids versus Vitality in that upper final, and maybe Vitality just edging it. And I mean, the gifts circulating around Discords of Danny dancing over my shoulder in victory, which I'm never going to live down because I picked Vitality in that game. Just so everyone knows, we are as has been the theme throughout today, we're trying to get a server that's right for these guys. I think we're just waiting on, actually I think we're waiting on one member from BDS. I think we're waiting on Monkey Moon, so we're going to wait another maximum of 3 minutes, and then they can get their sub in and all that, as the guys alluded to earlier on. But we were actually discussing this, Joessi, when Bacon and Jay were discussing BDS's sub in GTR, I think it was.
Yeah,
GCR, excuse me.
Yeah.
How do you think he would fit in if he does have to play for Monkey Moon? Although Monkey Moon does appear now to be in the lobby, and we'll get going in just a second.
I mean, I'm very happy about that because
yeah,
yes, it's still a sub, and I think Arju showed that subs don't necessarily have to be a huge downgrade, but I think Monkey Moon is, for me, just the strongest player on the spot quad, especially because of his solo plays that he can pull out of seemingly nowhere. Where I mean, today I was trying to tell a joke and suddenly he hits the nuttiest backboard shot where I didn't even notice that he was able to be able to get that angle, and he still scores it. He's absolutely nuts. So that is such a huge downgrade. I would have put their chances at nearly 0, whereas with Monkey Moon it is around, if not above, 50%.
Yeah, and I think I agree. You certainly need Monkey Moon. I know Jam has been high on him very much since the early days of Xeno Moon and all throughout the rival series, watching him come up, and now seeing him in this position is. Monkey Moon is such a stellar player, and to see him at this level of play after being on the bubble scene for so long, it's fantastic to watch him, and I think he's going to work wonders against this Vitality squad. Like I said, I am going to pick BDS in this one in 5 games, but I would not be surprised if this goes maybe right down to the game 5 overtime victory, and then someone just scoring a nutty back forward flip with like 5-6 minutes gone in the game 5 overtime. I think we've had a lot of good games today here, Joessi, but I think this one might steal the show at the end of the day.
I think it could very well be, even though there is not that much to play for. It is the lowest bracket run into the playoffs or the upper bracket. So yeah, it is something, but you go through regardless. But it seems like the teams are ready to play, Crafters. It seems like they are ready to show us what they're capable of, and I am so excited for this one.
As am I, Joessi. Everyone loading in. We're all ready to go here. Winner goes on in the upper bracket of the playoffs. Loser will go down and face off against someone in the lower bracket. That's all still to come on Saturday. We're right here on Thursday at the end of Group A. BDS, Vitality, and Team Liquid all through to the playoffs. It's only left to decide who is going to find themselves in that lower bracket with 0 lives remaining in that double elimination. And like we saw earlier against Liquid, Vitality just right on the offense from the get-go. Very big shot towards net right off the post. Yes, just slowing everything down, and they know how to work Vitality. They know to slow them down, because if Vitality can get a heft of a pace up, they know they're going to be in the back foot for most of it.
For sure, and the only problem there is with that is that they don't need a lot of space either, Vitality, to work with. You already saw it with Alpha. That first chance was getting a nutty double tap for himself, scoring that first goal. It did go wide, so we are still all equal. And like you said, I do enjoy Team BDS taking it slow. What I want to see from Vitality, though, is run the same type of disruptive plays that we saw from Fruity on Team Liquid. And I would love to see it from Ferry. It hasn't looked too well, but I'd love to see him more on offense, just getting those bumps, getting Team BDS out of their rhythm.
And it's what we saw from Vitality against Top Blocks earlier on, our first match of the day. They were just cutting off passes left, right, and center. And it seems to be the way that they're working against BDS here. BDS trying to play out their own half, but just getting denied this boost. They cannot get pushed upfield into that middle. But Mark by 8 trying to going a little bit of a solo drive by himself, but Fairy Peak will handily handle this in his own back corner. Now trying to make that transition back upfield, trying to get the flip reset. He's got it, but straight into Mark Baguette. Into the corner to go, and Vitality just keeping this pressure going. But BDS starting to find some rhythm, starting to find some defensive plays that they can start to open the door.
There's also Team Vitality a bit out of sync, it seems. Both Alpha and Kaido playing quite quick, just contesting almost everything, whereas Fairy Peak's playing very slow, and normally that sort of works out, but it just happens so that Fairy Peak keeps getting cut off. That's a good chance though to pass to Kaido. Can't quite finish it off. He gets beaten out by the defense from Team BDS. Still quite quick on the shots as well.
Bit of a precarious touch there by Alpha. We're straight back into his teammates though, and that shot by Mark will go straight into Alpha 54 as well. BDS starting to get some momentum behind them, starting to put more shots onto net. They just cannot find the positioning that they need to get past this Vitality defense. We'll remain at 0-0 as we tick towards 2 minutes remaining. Mark will take a shot towards the backboard here. Here comes Monkey Moon.
Oh, Fairy.
Beat out by Fairy Peak. Here comes Extra to make the save on the back line. BDS trying to make this quick transition back upfield, but will get cut off by Vitality in the middle. And again, this back and forth, this ping pong. Vitality seem to be winning the ping pong in the middle of the field, but they just cannot convert it into goals right now. But here comes Alpha. Oh, beats out Monkey. He can't make the touch, and Vitality ahead.
Just one awkward position on the side of Team BDS is enough to be punished. Both players finding themselves in the front post, and a good 50 of Kaido sends it straight into the middle. Easy enough to follow up for Alpha, who gets that first goal.
And that's really the goal of Vitality, is with all this aggression that they're putting onto the BDS side, it's just wearing them down. Knock on the door hard enough and it will eventually fall over. That's exactly what they did to the BDS defense, but here comes BDS on the revenge tour. Right back into the orange half of the field. Monkey and Mark Baguette trying to sort something out by themselves, and Mark will go for another 50-50. Here comes Monkey Moon round the corner, looking to go off the ceiling now. Two people on the front post there, way out of position, but luckily enough K-Dot is there to pick it up. Now BDS want to push this issue, keep deep in orange territory, but Vitality's just going to clear this time after time.
They do clear it, but they can't really get it away. They just pass it basically straight back to Team BDS. I'm not really liking the way that Vitality is playing. They're playing it also safe rather than utilizing each other as a team. Everything is just bang it forward, try and get it as far away as possible so you hopefully don't get scored on. Yes, it is somewhat working, but it is very, very scary yet.
Here comes Alpha. He's tried that flip reset so many times today. Didn't really work too well against Liquid, but putting Vitality in decent position here against BDS. But now Mark Baguette wins that challenge against K-Dub. He's got a free run to net. Monkey Moon can't jump on that in time, and the Vitality defense scurries back in the nick of time. 20 seconds remaining. Vitality still holding on to this 1-goal lead, but you can see BDS wanting to push out, wanting to get aggressive, but Vitality not letting that happen. K-Dot can't make it too, but he's putting it very difficult for BDS to get this full court carry. 7 seconds left, Extra with a chance, but Monkey Moon in pursuit of this one as Fairy Peak took it away, and now that shot from K-Dot will send it deep into the blue half of the field and will touch down for the Vitality win.
I mean, it works, Craftsman, it works, but I'm not convinced at all. It is no Vitality that we're used to. It is very scared. It is not the same type of confidence that we're used to from these guys. It's just they got one fortunate 50 that went into the middle. Alpha was able to finish it off. Yes, it was a good shot, but other than that, they didn't really create that much. It isn't the Vitality that I love to see and that I'm used to.
I mean, you look at that there. I mentioned it in the first game against Liquid for Vitality. They had 59% field domination against them, 58% in the first game here. And that's really been the story of Vitality in game number 1 today. They had, let me scroll back up our channel here, when they were taking on Top Blokes the first game of the day, 58% as well. And they actually won that one 2-0 rather than 1-0. So it just goes to show Vitality, they like to push forward, but they maybe just their shooting accuracy, and I mentioned it against Liquid, again, just the creativity. You see Alpha go for that flip reset so often, and BDS are going to start reading it in the same way that Liquid were doing as well, just shutting that down. So I'm with you, Joessi. Yes, it was a decent win there for Vitality, but they didn't do it in convincing fashion.
Yeah, for sure. 5 saves also on the side of Extra, but none of them all too difficult. It's just very, very easy.
Oh.
But what a start here by Renault Vitality, just looking to prove us wrong. I love to see it. Great pass there from Fairy Pete. The man that's been invisible for a long time now finally shows himself into the spotlight.
Yeah, the guys mentioned at the desk where Fairy Peak was a little bit quiet today, but starting to raise his voice a little bit here in this lower final of Group A. Vitality ahead early in this one, and BDS still with this mountain to climb. So many opportunities came and gone for them in game number 1, and still no opportunities created here. In game number 2 so far, and only 30 seconds in, but you feel BDS need to get it so often. But Alpha winning that in the middle of the field just shows you how Vitality, the great mechanical play here from Alpha.
Only 6 boosts left too. That was his entire tank, but he just completely caught Extra off guard. But you have to expect it from Alpha. You know he's such a strong mechanical player. He's not touching that once. You have to realize he's getting
Here
2
comes
there.
Mark!
Oh, that's a good shot. Team BDS finally has its first answer.
And the first shot of the game for BDS is an absolute screamer by Mark. Can't find the target. Oh, Alpha through onto net. Might have the double touch here. Monkey will take it away. Vitality, again, just holding court. Forcing BDS to play from behind. And I think when BDS are trying to play from behind, they're trying to do a little bit too much. And Vitality are stopping them in their tracks. It's a nice little play, though, by Mark. Just taking it, gets slow played away by Fairy and Alpha will go for net. Monkey will get credit for the save, but that was a team effort as they tried to stop that one from the Frenchman. Alpha can't make contact on that one. BDS will clear the lines for the moment. They need to start moving up as a team. Go for this pincer kind of attack onto Vitality, because you're not going to get too much ground if you go by yourself. They are starting to gain that ground here. Joessi onto net goes Monkey Moon, but again, just a weak touch and no one there to help him.
No, for sure. That's the type of chances where BDS most often just goes for those infield passes, then finds that open man. They can't do it here because Renault Vitality is just defending quite far upfield, so that any pass just gets saved. Great save there too by Monkey Moon. Very clutch. Will it be enough? Because they still have to score twice, and with the way that Vitality has been defending so far, it's going to be a hell of a task to score 1, let alone 2.
Oh, that's a nice little touch by Mark. Extra no boost, can't follow it up, and you look at the boost totals here. Every time you see BDS pushing up, the boost meters just run out so quickly, and Vitality just take every opportunity away that they possibly can. Alpha jumping on that one. K-Dub's in position to make a redirect on this one. That's going top left corner, all off the post. Here comes Fury on the follow-up, but saved away by Mark. On the right-hand side, that was a play that BDS really needed to have. And now Monkey Moon gets the boost stolen from him, can't advance upfield too much. With 2 minutes to go, a defensive stand, yes, it was from BDS, but they need to start turning this into counter-attacking ability. Here comes Monkey Moon to the top right corner, but Alpha steps in front of it. Extra now with the extra little push, and still nothing for BDS.
That slight touch there is what I love when teams do that. When you're in defense, and rather than just putting the ball upfield, you try and find your teammates. You can completely catch the attackers off guard because they're pushing upfield, they're out of position. You can suddenly transition so quickly onto offense. I think that's exactly what Team BDS needs to do here as well, because they're not going to break to Renault Vitality with their pressure. They need to do it on the counter attacks, but in order to do that, your passes need to be absolutely pitch perfect.
Passes really aren't anywhere to be found for BDS right now. Vitality are just snuffing everything out, and you feel that Vitality are forcing BDS to play this more kind of solo play effort, try to work it in to the middle by yourself and then find your teammate for the pass, where you need to go for these upfield and infield passes directly rather than let the circumstances dictate that. That was a nice play by Mark, though, right on the line, and Extra comes in swooping there. 57 seconds left, and BDS have created themselves an opportunity to maybe tie this game.
Now, he just talks about how the individual efforts to get the ball into the middle hadn't quite been working out, but then Mark just completely proves it wrong, gets it into the middle, A great follow-up by Axtra as well, just forcing it through the last few defenders. Team BDS with a slightly more breath than they had just a minute ago, but it is only a minute now on the clock, 45 seconds to be exact for no vitality with the pressure as well. Very almost absolutely gorgeous, gets the follow-up as well. Now with the demo coming in, a counter-attack may be imminent from Team BDS.
Certainly seems that way. They've got a little bit of momentum behind them now, and Extra will clear this one long to the towards the Vitality backboard. And everyone on BDS moving up on this one right into the corner from Extra. Mark was in possession, but taken away by the defense. 20 seconds to go now. Vitality looking for 3, looking to push that cushion to 2 and just seal this game away, but BDS are having absolutely none of it. Extra towards the backboard. Where's Monkey Moon in the follow-up? He's nowhere near, because K-Dop has taken that beautifully right back into the blue half of the field. And with that demo, that might even go in for 3 off the line. It won't matter in the end. Vitality take the second game. And after a fairly shaky start and a shaky end towards that one, Vitality are on match point.
It looked better than the last one, to be sure, Crafters, because they were just much more in control. It didn't really feel like they were pressured too much by Team BDS here. They were just able to play their own game and score when they had the opportunities. Yes, the last goal made it so that the last minute was a bit clinchy, but it was all right. It's just quite a smooth sailing for Renault Vitality here in Game 2.
And it's been, well, smooth sailing really throughout the entire of this series, really. In BDS, yes, they've had some glimmers of hope. They've had some glimmers of offensive pressure, but you can feel Vitality are starting to read this. And I mentioned about Vitality earlier on, their creativity downfield and not being able to make any solid attacks, at least against Liquid earlier on. Feels the same way for BDS. They're starting to do a lot of the same counters, a lot of the same plays. And Vitality is just snuffing them out. And you saw at the end there, just K-Dop reading that backboard touch, knowing that he can make it before anyone from BDS can push up on that and get the touchdown.
That confidence is what was lacking in Game 1 for Renault Vitality, because those are the exact reads where you just really make the difference between yourself and the opponents. If you can get those reads so quick, it is so much easier. What I do think as well that Renault Vitality is doing really well, which makes it hard from Team BDS, as opposed to how they were playing against, for example, the top blokes, is the pressure that BDS was able to mount was really due to all the boosts that they were able to steal. However, what Renault Vitality does is both they don't need that much boost, but they also just make sure that they get their own boost pads.
That's very true. And BDS were just lacking in boost for the most of that. I mean, they consumed 7,103 compared to Vitality 6,182. So a lot more boost used and a lot more boost wasted, really, for BDS as they started to push up. And I mean, field domination, 54% in favor of BDS, pushing that ball into the orange half 54% of the time, compared to Vitality pushing it down to their end. So a lot of BDS's play is starting to go downfield, and you really felt in the first game that they were just holding back, letting Vitality come to them. Now they're bringing the fight to Vitality, but they just can't find any way through that defense.
No, for sure. And it is the 3 players that we expect to have a really good defense, right? Especially Fairy Peak has such a clutch factor in terms of his defensive capabilities. But yeah, it also, I think, lacks that creativity that we saw, especially in team-oriented fashion from Team BDS. I've seen some amazing plays from them earlier on today where they get these perfect infield passes and it's just such a clanger at goal. There's no way you're going to save it, especially the passes from Mark towards Extra have been phenomenal. This series, though, I haven't really seen them yet.
No, and I don't think really the reason why we've not seen them is because Vitality have just not been giving them any chances. They've been they've been holding them in the middle of the field, not giving them any room to work with. And any pass that I saw a couple of times that Mark he tried to pass maybe to Extra or Monkey Moon upfield, but then there's like, you have K-Dop just straight on you going for the dunk. It's like, no, this is my ball. I'm taking this back for my own team. Actually, we're going to. I thought we were getting into the game there. Excuse me. We are testing the lobby. If you didn't realize already, servers are not the best right now, so we're just resetting that, and we'll get that. We'll get the game back for you live in just a second. But again, just Vitality holding court and just playing this dominating style of game, and BDS just really have no answer, because you can, like you mentioned, Joessi, you can see that they're wanting to go for passes, but they're just not there. They're getting shut down, or no one's in position for BDS, and Vitality are just sitting pretty and sitting very comfortably on this one.
All right, so the question is it going to be over after this one, Crafters? Or, like we said before, is it going to be like maybe a 5-game, 4-game affair?
Ooh, obviously the Rocket League fan in me wants to see this sort of go all 5 games, but I think maybe BDS might take this one. I think they might be a little bit sneaky, try something that might not have been tried before by them, and that might catch Vitality off guard. But my head, I'm like Jam said earlier, he's going with his heart in BDS. My head's screaming at me saying Vitality are going to take this 3rd game and make it a 3-0 sweep, and they're going to end up in the upper bracket. Just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, about what this means, who goes through and where they go. So Liquid have qualified as the 1st seed from Group A, so they'll be playing the 2nd seed from Group B. Whoever wins this one will be the 2 seeds and play the 1 seed from Group B. But I think we are actually underway here in game number 3. One more game for Vitality, and they will go through as the number 2 seeds. Face off against the winner of Group B. Whether that's Dignitas Singularity, Oxygen, or FC Barcelona, we will find out right here tomorrow, same time, same place, for you as we go through the Group B side of things. Here in Group A, it's all come down to these 2. Vitality, again, just pushing the issue here. Here comes K-Dop. Actually, Extra One will take this one away out to Monkey Moon. Those are the kind of passes that we want to see from them. Maybe not the best position to go from that one, but at least they're starting to go for these passes, and K-Dop with a big dunk there, almost pinched in.
Yeah, and a good defense to start us off. In terms of Renault Vitality, K-Dop almost getting that double touch, but good backboard defense as well from Monkey Moon, just getting that one to the side. And I think at this point Team BDS must be feeling very frustrated, because they've tried so much to break this Team Vitality defense and it hasn't worked yet. And I think that frustration is also going to have some influence on the way that you're going to play, because you're going to overpressure the opponents, get yourself out of position, and that's when the Renault Vitality can strike. But it seems to be working for BDS so far. Very Peak stuck on the post as well, and the 1-0 is for Team BDS.
And Mark was very unlucky to hit the post on that one, and that's kind of what we want to see from BDS. Force Vitality to push up onto the ball as a team, and then you can find your man for the infield pass and then straight into the heart of the net. BDS taking the 1st lead, I believe, for themselves in this losers final. In the series as a whole, they have not lived up to expectation, we would say, or maybe just Vitality. We were a little bit blinded by the light of Liquid, and we maybe thought less of them, but Liquid are just on another level right now, and Vitality's still a very, very good team in their own right.
A dangerous monster to be facing for sure. Team BDS will surely agree with us on this one. K-Dop does almost find it, but what a save by Mark there. Pinches it with the crossbar, gets it straight down. Now Extra for himself. Flipper, he said, can he get it past? He bumps one. But K-Dop's still there. The Renault Vitality defense nearly unbreakable.
Oh, K-Dop was almost fantastic, and so was the offense of BDS. This is the high-flying offense we wanted to see from both teams. And it's come at a crucial stage for BDS, where they know they need to win this to stay in this series and guarantee themselves a higher seeding. And at least remember, whoever loses this one, I talked about what happens if you win. If you lose, you go into that lower bracket and you do not have a second life. Lose in the lower bracket and you are out. When you go in the upper bracket, you have that one opportunity to stay in the playoffs. Try and guarantee yourself a little bit more cash at the end of the day, but 2 minutes to go. BDS still in control of this one by the looks of things. Monkey Moon towards the backboard. Fairy will get the touch here. BDS starting to feel themselves a little bit more and figure out the Vitality defense and know that they can't go for these passes. They've just got to go hard, strong style right into him. That's a brilliant pass from Alpha. Finds Fairy and ties the game.
Well, I don't care. You can be invisible all day long if you manage to score these. That's like an actual bicycle kick coming out from Fairy. The gorgeous. And Team Vitality finds the creativity this time. It wasn't Alpha, it was Fairy P with an amazing goal.
Lovely stuff from Alpha and Fairy. And that might have just lit the fire in their bellies. Towards the backboard goes K-Dop, and you can see Vitality pushed up. That very dangerous position, in fact. If ADS could have jumped on that one, they will do now. Extra towards net, straight into the path of Fairy. Now Monkey Moon looking to hold on to the ball for himself. Out to Extra. Tie game with 1:15 left now. And BDS, they did not want to concede that one. They would have happily taken the 1-0 victory. Now they'll take 2-1. Into the post it goes after Extra. Works so hard for that demolition onto the keeper, clearing the path for his teammate, but he only finds the woodwork.
That's heartbreaking. That was such a good setup on the side of BDS. I absolutely love that. Absolute three-man unit right there, just making sure that the pass is good, the demo is good, but then the shot just wasn't good enough. And then that would work, like you said. BDS now looking very dangerous though. They finally find some creativity to break down this defense that has been looking so strong all game.
A shot towards net might be true by mark by 8, but Alpha steps in front of it. 30 seconds left now in Vitality. Looking on the counter now, down to Fairy, gets it from K-Dop. 22 seconds remaining, and Vitality put themselves in front, 1 foot in the upper bracket.
Oh, that is so lovely by K-Dop. He said it's so slow, just keeps the ball on top of his car on the wall just to pass it to Fairy at the absolute last moment. Unreadable for the BDS defense, whereas their offense has looked good. Wasn't good enough in defense.
That's the kind of plays we've been wanting to see from Monkey Moo. He's been very quiet throughout this series, and it might just be lights out for him here in this one against Vitality. 2 seconds remaining. Extra needs to keep this one high. Tries to find Monkey, but intercepted by K-Dop, and that will do it. To the floor it goes, and Vitality hold on in game number 3, and will go on to the upper bracket to face the winner of Group B, who will find that out tomorrow.
And it's weird because Team BDS really the stronger team. 14 shots in this last game versus the 8 coming out from Renault Vitality, but I think just the last 5 seconds were enough to show what this game was about between BDS and Renault Vitality. That insane read by Alpha to take away 1, and then a complete read from K-Dop on the infield pass coming in, just taking that one out. And I think that's the way that Renault Vitality just has outclassed Team BDS here. They knew what Team BDS were doing, adapted to it, make sure they couldn't, and then just got a couple of goals here and there.
Yeah, I really think that's how Vitality won both their games today, not just against BDS, but against Top Blokes as well. I think if they were able to figure out Liquid in that same sort of way, they might have had a chance against them. But Liquid were just, like we said, on a whole other level. But they get the job done here against Team BDS, and Vitality will be in the upper bracket on Saturday in the playoffs. And we'll welcome back our lovely host with the most. It is Mr. Jar of Jam. How did you find that one, mate?
Well, it was a redemption for Vitality, and I'm happy to see that they managed to turn their luck around. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to think, and I would dare to look at the Twitter and a variety of Rocket League, other Rocket League media, because there would be a storm. But Renault Vitality still does what Renault Vitality does best, and they still have what we love them for. But as Bacon said, they were allowed to drop 1 game.
Yeah,
if they drop another one in the playoffs, that might be disastrous.
Yeah, and I think maybe I don't know. Earlier on in the desk, if Bacon has now tipped Vitality to go on and win the whole thing. They've dropped that 1 game. That's it. Making a run to the final. Boom, boom, boom. Clean sweep. Thank you very much. We'll take €20,000. But I think there's a lot more strong teams. Obviously, we're going to see Group B tomorrow, and I imagine we'll talk about that in a little bit. But here, Vitality just looked like their old selves and really showed to the world why they are the world beaters, why they are one of the titans here in the European region. And Vitality, again, just holding strong and being the giants that they are, whereas BDS today just couldn't be the giant killers.
BDS, there's still hope for them. But from Renault Vitality, I think their fans will just hope that they wouldn't drop that one. That nobody will have to clutch their heart and say, Renault Vitality, what you're doing to us? Please, not like that. Well, maybe they want to keep it just a little bit spicier. Joessi, what did you make of that final game? How did it look in your opinion? Was BDS anywhere close in getting back on Vitality, or did Vitality finally find that one tiny switch that they forgot to flick in the previous games?
I think it's a combination of no Vitality just underestimating Team Liquid, or possibly just wanting the spotlight to be Team Liquid. So I can run with that as well. But in this particular series, I feel like Team BDS is a team that is very good when they get to play their style. And we see that against top blokes who they quite comfortably take in a 3-0 sweep. But if you're facing teams like Team Liquid, like Renault Vitality, who rather than having their own game plan, really just adapt to yours and try to disrupt you playing yours, then they have a lot of issue. Because we saw it with the demos coming in from Fruity in the Team Liquid series. And then right now, it was just a defensive masterclass from Renault Vitality. They cannot break it. And then if their offense isn't working, their entire game plan just kind of falls apart.
That's a valid strategy, and I feel like Renault Vitality might take an extra little bit of time to focus specifically on that coming into the playoffs. Of course, they are now seated in the upper bracket. Team BDS is going to the lower side of the bracket. We're going to have some hard time. We're going to see what either Team Liquid or potentially someone else. There's going to be much later on. But first, though, a little bit look out on what we just had. This is the final game of the day. This was the final game of Group A. Now it's time for us to prepare for another day. But Renault Vitality and Top Blokes started today. And, well, we always knew that there's going to be a tough game for Top Blokes. Honestly, even despite their loss, they should be happy with their performance. Later on, though, well, not so much. We saw Team BDS completely knock out Top Blokes, and Extra really made sure that nobody's going to question why he's on the roster. He has earned his spot with this performance, and I hope he's going to impress us even further into the tournament. We also saw Team BDS versus Team Liquid, and that was a christening for Team Liquid, their first game under that banner on a big Rocket League tournament. And while there were some nerves at the very beginning, well, they managed to shake him off, and then, of course, that matchup against Renault Vitality. I'm going to have whatever they're having. Like, whatever Team Liquid just drank in between those games, I'm going to have that. But I hope it's not legal, because, boy, oh boy, that was two different Team Liquids. And I'm pretty sure, again, Danny in the background is going to be incredibly happy that this has gone the same way, and Team Liquid has qualified top seed from their group. But if you've also been wondering, when Dignitas playing, when Barcelona's playing, maybe Team Singularity or Oxygen Esports, Craftman, the Group B matches are indeed happening tomorrow at the same time as today. Any quick thoughts about these four teams?
Yeah, so the two matches that we've got first up on stream are Dignitas versus Singularity, and then Oxygen versus FC Barcelona. Singularity, we mentioned them earlier at the top of the show, Jam, where Singularity just looked a very hot team coming through the qualifying stages on Monday and Tuesday. Now you have to play against one of the most formidable names in Rocket League, and that is Dignitas. And I think that is going to be one very interesting matchup, especially for Scrub Killer coming into this against, obviously, he used to play for Vitality and main rival in Dignitas. Best overtime ever, anybody? But looking on the other side, Oxygen versus Barcelona, some revitalized rosters in that one. So looking to again, all of this week is looking towards RLCSX in a few weeks' time, and this is the proving ground really for rosters who have made changes or are stuck together or trying some different things. So for both of these rosters to come in with a new feel, a new look to them, it's going to be really interesting. I cannot wait for tomorrow.
I heard someone refer to Group A as a group of death, but honestly, looking at these teams, I am having a hard time figuring out who's going to go out. Joessi,
yeah.
Can we even pick a team out of these four to go out? Once again, we're going to lose one of those teams tomorrow.
I think my main pick to not make it would be FC Barcelona. Itachi is the main man to look at. It is the complete unproven player. No, I don't think too many people even know who he is in if you're looking at the RLCS scene. So I think that's a player to be looking out for. But on the other hand, you also have Oxygen with Astro. Yes, they've had decent results, but they've also had not as good results. So it's still going to be a question whether they can pop off Singularity against the competition. It's just so good. It is so good, Jam, and I'm so looking forward to it again.
Well, put your clocks for tomorrow once again at the same time as today, 7 p.m. Central European. We're going to have Group B action. But from us, the team over here at The Rocket, of course, at the teams at all over the other streams, we are streaming in French, German, Spanish, and Dutch. Do check out those channels tomorrow. We're going to just say thank you. Thank you to the casters. Thank you to our broadcaster, Ben. Thanks to admin, Spleen, and John. Our community managers as well. Lukash has been posting every single great goal on Twitter. Go check them out. Shout out to our asset operator, Sparta, as well. And of course, the best graphics team in the world, that Eskimon, Palacium, and Rurik. And of course, we thank Cyanix for their sponsorship. And most of all, we thank you. You who have been watching all this time, cheering on your teams, posting those copy pastas in the chat. Rocket Baguette Summer Grand Prix will return tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European, for conclusion of the group stage. We just hope to see you there. Good night.